Alright, I see me. That's a start. And that one. Yay! I see me. I'm good. Okay. Alright. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, and anybody that doesn't want to be identified as any of the above. And some people these days, they don't even want to be identified as being human. That's another story. What was it I had one friend say? I identify as a helicopter or something weird like that? I don't know. That. So, tonight we handle Judgment. Oh, 0. Wow. I haven't seen you in this early in a while. Now, mind you, that could also just be me. I'm slightly disorganized tonight. Not like that never happens. There we go. But yay, we're starting. A few minutes late, but oh well. I got woken up earlier today, so was too tired to go any of my... Oh, that sucks. What do you normally end up doing on Tuesdays? If you don't mind me asking. I feel sad, though, that I have to advertise this that is called Judgment, because that might suggest to people that I'm being judgmental, and then it's like, well, I might be, but only with respect to the cards on the screen. Or, if people are exhibiting, like, poor behavior in general. Beyond that, I don't care. Huh. Oh, okay. Nice. Ah, that's the wrong one. This is supposed to be... this is supposed to be here. Let's fix that. This is the one that was supposed to be... Sorry, trying to move stuff on my screen around, and stuff is misbehaving. So I guess at this point now you're like, okay, time to go home, relax, maybe put something on, and then go flake out. Is that kind of what the plan for tonight is? There we go. All right. This is decent. Oh yeah, Golden Wish should be at the bottom. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Although Golden Wish should be further down in my opinion, because Well, the wishes are complicated because this is going to be going based on EDH which is going to keep track of decks that have been uploaded to it. And there have been rules changes over the years. And wishes at one point did actually work. We'll come to that in a moment. I never left, but the... and staying sleepy enough to where I still go to... Oh! Yeah, because, like, you're really tired now. But if you go to bed now, you'll be get up too early for when you want to be getting up for tomorrow. Okay. Yep. Maybe try and get something to eat together and try and get maybe a little more energy into your system. I don't know what to specifically suggest for a situation like that, because it's like you want to stay up, but you don't want to stay up too long, but you want to stay up just long enough. Alternatively, I found out many years ago, science had figured out that the proper sleep pattern for a person, if you let them, if you basically just let them go to their natural sleep habits and everything else, and, don't have to worry about work and this and that and everything else, and just let them get into a normal rhythm. It's not to get your 8 hours sleep all at once. Our bodies are actually designed natively to be up for a few hours, sleep for a bit, up for a few hours, sleep for a bit. Which also explains why people from like like Latin American countries like Spain and Spain, Portugal, Colombia, Brazil, stuff like that. They tend to, they'll be up, they'll be productive for a few hours, and they'll have a nap in the middle of the day. And then they'll be up for a bunch more time. Maybe have a nap in them, say from like 8 to 12 or whatever. And they're up partying till 6 in the morning. You're up working on Commander decks, just keep yourself busy. I have done that last link that I posted here, the EDH list link. I don't know if you've heard or not. I've done some updates to it. I now have... First, I have it broken down by color. Actually went through and looked for stuff that did not fall into the right category. As far as I could tell, cards that were one color on one side, or and a different color or color combination on the other side, are now on here according to their initial color. Basically, stuff is organized according to its front face mana cost. This might be the easiest way to think of it. And what that means is, for example, Archangel Avacyn. She's white on the front, but she's red on the back. But you cast her as a white card, so she's listed under white. Cards like Fire Diamond had been listed because it taps for red. This had basically been sorted by color identity. Fire Diamond had been listed in red. It is now over in colorless. I'm trying to figure out a cut for a deck I built to be an equivalent to an upgrade precon. Whenever I try and figure out a cut, if I'm trying to figure out something to cut and I'm having issues, I tend to attack it from the opposite direction. I'll come back. I'll come to that in a second. The second thing that I've done is I have a tab down here that goes, these are the cards I need by the individual deck, because I'm getting to the point where, for example, my Lathril deck only needs about 20 cards left, and then that deck is finished. So I can actually start honing in on specific decks and clearing them off. And then these 5 here that are a different color scheme than the rest, these are just commons only. And the third thing that I've done, if you go back to this first list, you know, on the second tab, there's links down here at the bottom. Each of these links is as of, what was it, 1:30, so we'll say it's 6:30, so 5, 7, as of 17 hours ago, roughly. This is this list on deck stats, and the reason I've done that is now I have it listed somewhere. And do not group. I can now do things like, cool, what are the cheap cards that I'm looking for? Or more relevant to my interest right now, what are the expensive cards I need to pin down? The 2 most expensive cards I need to pin down for white are Master of Ceremonies and Elspeth Knight-Errant. I did that for each color last night. Turns out Farewell might cost me like $5 or thereabouts. Again, I'm Canadian, so I have to convert this, this 365 to Canadian currency. It'd be about $5 or so, maybe 6. But that gives me a good indication of what expensive cards do I have to pin down. And for my own sanity, I turned around and went, hey, by the way, these are the expensive cards that I need. And I need a $60 land and a $55 artifact and a $50 land. And I need what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57. I need 57 cards that are 10 or more. There were 95 on here. I need 57 that are 10 or more. That means more than half of this list is like 10 or more. Eesh. But now I'll be able to find my cards, you know, figure out what cards, because what I like to recommend to people when you're getting cards, the issue with this deck's cards are hard is that these colors are never playables, and the archetype of this deck I've failed on 2 other occasions. Okay. Alright. I'll just cover that now. When I really have trouble figuring out how, you know, what cards to cut. And this is more true. This is true and limited, and occasionally ports over to other formats as well. Is okay. The stuff that's going in regardless. Okay. things like your lands and your mana rocks. Those are going in regardless. Okay. So let's say that's 45 slots. Plus your general. So 46. That leaves you 54 cards. And this is why you'll notice that if you look at some of my older videos for this stuff, I use a spreadsheet because that not only gives me a framework, but also turns around and says, this is how many cards that fall into this category that you're playing. And it makes sure I keep in that, 99 cards, plus the general. Because of the way I have it set up. Whoops. And basically looks like this. Because if I need to cut a card, if I need to add a card, I need to cut a card. And it's like, this way I can see how many cards of what category I have and so forth and so on. So it'll look a bit more like something like this. Whoops. Oh well. It'll look something like this. I just have to finish up the mana base here. Nice. And are you using, did you find a legendary vehicle for a commander? Or vehicle, spacecraft, something? Because you heard about that rule change, eh? That now you can... Basically, if it's a legendary permanent that has a power and toughness, you can use it as a commander. I don't think that's exactly how they word it, but that's more or less what it boils down to. Blue-white should actually be relatively easy to animate them regardless. But if you take a look at how this looks, it's like I have stuff categorized, and I do have some maneuverability. I don't have a lot, but I have some. Three mana for a 3/1 flash flying. Whenever a vehicle you control enters, draw a card if it has flying. Otherwise, put a... Oh, that's cool. Cars. Any relation to the movie? Womp womp. But yeah, so if I get like, first of all, this is why I tend to use a spreadsheet. It's so I can figure out what I'm actually looking at a lot easier. But you don't have to use a spreadsheet. I just find it easier. However, if you're really getting stuck on figuring out what to, what to cut, anything that's like your mana that is not changing, period. Okay, I am playing those. And then this entire top section, this is all malleable because this will depend on the actual deck itself. And you start taking a look at your cards and you look at them in terms of how badly do I want / need this card in this deck. And you start counting out. So if you've got, we left off with what, 55 cards, I think. And you just start counting up. 1, 2, 3, 4. And you literally just count out your cards until you get to the point where it's like, oh, okay, I've hit my 55. If you really need to turn around and do a thing that way, do it that way. There are worse methods. Another option that you've got is just take the deck, shuffle it up, as is. Goldfish it a few times, see how it feels. And if something feels like it's not holding its weight, if something feels like it's not holding its weight, that's the card that you cut. I mean, flying vehicles in general sound fun. But yeah, you're playing blue-white, so you have lots of ways to animate vehicles just straight up. Because you can do things, because they are artifacts, you can animate them with things with, well, animate artifact et al. And not have to crew them in the first place. There's a handful of cards that will crew artifacts specifically, or animate them as though they were crewed. Blue's got a bunch of cards. Blue and, colors have got a bunch of cards that will animate artifacts straight up. And then you go from there. So, yeah, I am curious. Once you've got this deck at a point where you feel comfortable with it, yeah, I'd like to see it. I'm currently at the point right now. Hi, Natalia. Please tell me you're a person and not a spam bot, because I get a bunch of random spam bots showing up. I'm going to have to put something in about some kind of spam protection on this thing. I need to figure that out. It's one card over, but I like the list. If you're running I mean, your other option is if you're running a lot of land, like let's say you're running 45 as an example, you can not unreasonably cut a land and put that in. But if you're running in the 30s, I would probably not cut a land. If it's a card that's really cheap, yeah, no. I've tried that and it tends to not work well unless your deck is like I think the lowest lane count I have in any deck is 34. And that's because the deck is literally based around drawing a bunch of cards. Like everything that's in there is designed to draw cards. You found a cut. Does it have ribbons? Uh-oh. Thanks, Natalia. Um, I'm hoping to get myself enough people at some point. But in case you're about to ask, I am not at the point where I can afford to get somebody to help me with stuff. I know a lot of people come into the chat and are like, "Hey, by the way, I'd really like to help you with this or that or whatever with your stream." And I'm like, "I can't afford any of that stuff." uh, but yeah, I know. Remove target creature card in a graveyard from the game. That card deals damage equal to its power to Selfless Exorcist. If you've got a way to keep the Exorcist from dying, or if it's... because it's based on the creature's power, but it's a creature that's in a graveyard, so it's a creature card, not a creature. So stuff that affects creatures won't affect it. So if it's something that natively has 3 power or less, Selfless Exorcist, like um, um, blowing up somebody's scavenging ooze. Okay. Whoops. Copy link. Copy link, copy link, copy link. Incon vehicles. Okay, passwords. Sid, what does Sid actually do? Return, he's got flying. Return target equipment or vehicle for... Oh, okay. He's got built-in raised head for vehicles. Relevantly to this. Oh, this is SRAM. Okay. Skyseer's Chariot. Let's embiggen some of this. All this wasted space on the side. I'm like, go away. SRAM. Choose an online card name. Okay. That's adorable. Aerial Surveyor. When it attacks. Search for basic land. Nice. Air response unit. Basically, almost a Sarah Angel. Unidentified hover ship. Oh! Toughness 5 or less. They never get it back, so that is basically... That's like Thought-Knot. Yeah, this is basically Thought-Knot Seer. Oh no. If you flicker the hover ship... Artifact spells, 1 less to cast. Pardon me. When it enters, make a Thopter. Whenever another non-token artifact, you make a knight. I would just assume it's just a 2/2. You play any artifact and suddenly you can crew the flagship. Yep. Arcane Denial. How much are you nowadays? Do you actually tell me or no? Okay. You should be less than $5. Only to cast an artifact spell or activate. Okay. So this is a 2/3 Sarah that crews for 1. That can be tapped to cast more vehicles. Counterspell, Ethereum Sculptor, Favorable Winds. Immobilizer Macma becomes crewed. Yep. So that becomes crewed and it crews something else basically. Whenever you create... Okay. I feel like you're running stuff like Ethereum Spinner just so that you can get... There we go. Just so that you can get more free bodies to crew your vehicles. So look, fixing a propeller on a biplane, that's about as difficult as taking a nap. One link Mac, when it becomes crewed, it becomes a copy of target non-legendary creature. Oh, so that's interesting. So you can... So Monlink Mech basically turns around and says, anything that crews it, I can become a copy of that, except I maintain certain stats. Yeah, that and chumps for blocking. Yep. Excuse me. Adventures is a reskinned Labman. Psy. And you're probably going to make enough artifacts, even with, like, just as a side effect of doing other stuff, that you can probably, you know, draw extra cards pretty easily. Winged Words. Crystal Skull. How much is Crystal Skull? I feel like it... Oh, no. We had... Oh, there you are. $5.49. Okay. Okay. Sign that, Jelly Drover. Once you build up an immunity to their deadly venom, they're really quite cuddly. I almost want to turn around and have a way to have her consistently die, so I can just keep making more jellyfish tokens. Return each. Yep. Desynchronization is kind of basically your wannabe uh, Cyclonic Rift. I also really like cards like Washout for that. Although that tends to be more aimed towards a single player, but not always just a specific player. Back in the day, whoops, when I was trying to build Psychotog for Standard, back when Psychotog was a big deal. um, you know, upheaval was like the big. You needed upheaval. Like the deck only needed 6 rares, 2 upheaval, and 4 underground river. And other than that, the rest was just commons and uncommons, and it was great, and it was a really solid deck. And I couldn't afford upheaval at the time, so I ran Washout, which was also in Standard. And it was largely the same. Like, it mostly had the same effect as far as I cared. And in some cases was better. Yeah. If you're looking at just to bounce your own stuff, you've also got Paradoxical Outcome, which is the same cost but an instant. Return any number of target non-land, non-token permanents you control to owner's hand, and then you draw a card for each one. So you draw them from getting bounced back to your hand, and then recasting them. Yeah. If you're looking for them for yourself to draw extra cards, if that's what you specifically want it for, then Paradoxical Outcome is the better card. If you're looking for a control card, keeping keeping a black deck under control, for example, Washout is the better option. They do different for the kind of deck that you've got here. They've got completely different roles. Desynchronization, obviously, that's more your control card because it's not going to return any of your vehicles. Yeah, then you may actually want Washout. Or not Washout. If you want to be picking up and recasting your stuff, you want Paradoxical Outcome for that. Efficient construction whenever you cast an artifact spell. Make a Thopter. Muyan Ling. She comes into play. Make a vehicle. Vehicles you control have flying. Whenever. Yep. Padim. Artifacts you control have hexproof. If you've got the thing with the biggest mana value, draw a card. Teferi's Aegis Insight. If you would draw 1, no, you're drawing 2. Indomitable. Whenever you do a combat damage, draw. You'll have the vehicles to do it, so you'll be able to keep bringing the Indomitable back. Lunar Whale. As long as it attack this turn. Oh, that's cute. Whirler Rogue, make bodies. Can't be blocked. Oh, nice. If I have enough artifacts, when I get to Simic is going to be based on being unblockable. So Whirler Rogue I'm going to have to make a note of. Deluxe Dragster can't be blocked except by vehicles whenever it deals combat damage to player. Recast one of their spells. Nice. Hull Drifter. Prima Vista. Whenever you cast non-creature. King Crew itself, basically. Vehicles are not creatures when you cast them. Wow. Thoughtcast. I get it, but based on what I've seen so far, I'm not sold on Thoughtcast. I might want Concentrate instead. Yeah, you'd have to pay full price for it. But it is also an extra card. Dovin's Veto, Empyrean Eagle. Vehicles you control have crew too. Speaking of combat on your turn. Nice. Whenever one or more vehicles attack, make a pilot. So every time you attack with at least one vehicle, you make a pilot. Kaikar, cast non-creature. Flicker, or make a token. Draw 2, then discard a card. I like this ability. Crew 8. Okay, so do that 3 times and you've got enough bodies to crew Shorikai. Thunderclap Wyvern. Yep. Soul Ring, Arcane Signet, Azurius Signet, Mind Stone, Sapphire Medallion, Talisman. Smuggler's Copter. I wonder what he smuggled. Oh. Because it's sorted by color. Thought Vessel. Weatherlight completed. Adventurer's Airship. When it attacks, draw a card, then discard a card. Number of artifacts you control. Not sold on the Semblance Anvil? There should be better ways to get enough reduction. Because you really don't want to be exiling cards if you can. Like, ideally, you don't want to have to exile the cards. Reveal cards from the top until you reveal land. Put that onto the back. I like that. Tornadoes, Sonic Spine Plane, aka Weatherlight. Deals combat damage. Look top 5. Reveal. Okay. Unwinding. Yep. You're playing white blue. Where is Tulane? You. Okay. Oh. Hi, Sandra. Good here yourself? Alright, so Zero, you might want to consider. I don't know if you have or not. But Teferi, who slows the sunset, if you manage to get his ultimate off, you get you basically get an emblem with Seaborn Muse ability, and you get to draw a card on each of your opponent's turns as well. So when they untap, you untap, and when they draw for turn, you draw for turn. So that might be a thing to consider instead of Unwinding Clock. I'm not saying Unwinding Clock is bad. It's just this will also untap your stuff that's not artifacts. I don't really use Twitter that much. I mostly just use it to advertise, to post to people when I'm streaming. Um, I'm probably the wrong person to ask about that sort of thing. Luxurious locomotive. When it attacks, make it crusher for... Oh, that's cute. Sovereign blows things up. 34 lands. Yeah, if your lands are stable, you're probably fine. Yeah, mech hanger's what I was thinking of. Mirrored landscape. Okay. You only really have one land that I would not call stable, so you're actually really good there. And that's the mirrored landscape. My pods. Okay. Got it. Yep. Yeah, no, fair enough. Like I was saying, I'm not saying Unwinding Clock is bad. I'm just, if you can get, if you can manage to get Teferi's emblem, I only bring that up. I mean, not necessarily just him, but anything that gives you that sort of ability. The problem is a lot of cards that have that kind of ability are commonly green. Out of the 3 cards that I saw on my list for Tulane, one was white-blue, one was green-blue, and one was green. But it's the big reason I cared about that was you untap all your permanents on your opponent's turn, not just your artifacts. So that being said, now that I've just closed it, let's fast forward back down to the lands for a sec. I would replace. I would probably replace 1 plains and 2 islands with I can't remember what they're called, but the Azorius, the bridge, and a seat of the synod, and a ancient den. Reason for that being they are artifacts, which does mean that anything that cares about an artifact entering kicks in, which also gives you lands that you can untap with Unwinding Clock. There's probably also another one that you could run, but that's where I would start. I would look at that. Yeah, beyond that, I like the way the deck looks. I would, I don't know, proxy it up, load it up into something like Cockatrice or X-Mage, something of that nature. Um, test it out, give it an idea, like get a feel for how it plays, and if there's, I mean, obviously if there's something in there that you don't like, change it. Also keep in mind, if you're looking for a card to do a particular thing, like don't be afraid to hit me up, and like especially on Discord. I may take some time to get to you, but don't be afraid to hit me up and go, hey, by the way, I'm playing Azorius, but I need a card that does this. You got any ideas? Chances are I have ideas. Oh, I get that. I get that. But it also helps having like a couple of additional lands that you can just suddenly untap, and so uh you're not left not having a counter spell or something of that nature available. But yeah, like if you're looking for weird cards that do like, you know, doing something like um I point out to people how Piracy and Funeral Charm, it says it's got 3 modes, but it's got 5 different uses. And one of my friends was like, I can come up with 4, and it's like, yeah, there's also the second way of using the fifth, the second way of using the 3rd mode, making sure you can't, making sure your opponent's creature gets through to hit you, so that you don't have to worry about, or when you're looking at Commander, getting through to hit somebody else. Um, but yeah, if you're like, huh, you have to block with all your creatures. All your creatures are going to die. I give it Swamp Walk till end of turn. I can't block them now. The original ones didn't. The original ones did not enter tapped. Ancient Den, Sea of the Synod don't enter tapped. The Darksteel Citadel does not enter tapped. Let's take out the bridges. All right. And sort by color. Alright, I'm skipping these 2 because these become artifact lands. This cycle here all originally came from Mirrodin. None like the original Mirrodin cycle. They're basically basic lands that have the artifact type added on. Darksteel Citadel taps for colorless and is indestructible. Treasure Vault taps for colorless. Pay double X, tap and sack it, make X treasure tokens. The only ones apart from the bridges that enter tapped are Power Depot and Scene of the Crime. And Scene of the Crime, if it's if it's even if it's tapped, you can pay to and draw a card from it. So the fact that it's tapped is less of a drawback there than it is elsewhere. Power Depot, its relevant thing is having a modular one. But yeah, most of the artifact lands, if you ignore the bridges, because the bridges are going to be this cycle. There's one for each, each color combination. Yes, these all enter tapped. But they're also like commons for Modern Horizons. Modern Horizons 2 technically. So my first impression would be Ancient Den and Sea of the Synod. Maybe Darksteel Citadel. I wasn't even thinking about the ones that enter tapped apart from the what's it called? Razor Tide Bridge. So be looking at like out of the lands I was recommending, one would enter tapped and the rest didn't. I kind of also want to add. Ideally, you want to add ones that are artifacts. Actually, no, you don't. You want to add something that's not an artifact because you don't want to be caught with, like. Except people I don't normally find to run that many Shatterstorm effects. Shatterstorm, Creeping Corrosion, stuff like that. Unless people are expecting to find a lot of artifacts, yeah, people don't really play those. Huh. Like if they are playing that, it's tacked onto another mass removal spell, like a Chroma's Vengeance sort of thing. You know. No, I get that. I wouldn't worry hugely about a card like Vandal Blast though. From what I remember seeing, you've got at least 3 counter spells in there. Offer you can't refuse. Counterspell, Dovin's Veto. I remember seeing. Plus, you got Arcane Denial. I wouldn't worry too much about it. I wouldn't worry too much about it. I think you've got enough. You probably have enough counter spells. I think you probably have enough. Like. I mean, if you're really that concerned about it, you run something that's. There, Darksteel Forge. Yeah, if you're really concerned about it, you break down and you grab a copy of. Yeah. But the other three cards that you mentioned aren't going to help when somebody tries to cast Vandal Blast. That being said, if you run Paradoxical Outcome, instead of using it as a board clear, you can use it as a protection spell. Oh yeah, that's the other option. You also have cards along lines of Teferi's Protection, etc. You don't have to run T-Pro itself. There are other cards that have a similar effect. um, or there's at least one creature that I can think of that's got flash, comes in play, exiles all your other creatures until it leaves the battlefield or something like that. There might be. Sure. Yeah, no, I Glorious Protector kind of does what I'm thinking of. Glorious Protector does it for creatures specifically. Huh. What's the one I was thinking of? Lumbering Battlement. That's the one I was thinking of. You'd have to find a way to make it. EXO. You have to do combat damage. If you could find a way to flash Yorion in, that would do it. It's the only card I can think of in your colors. Because everything else. Oh! Or Abdeladrin. And he's also really cheap, too. He's like... I mean, if you don't care what version it is, he's like less than 10 cents. Yeah. You can... Because he's any number of non-land permanents, you would just need to find a way to drop in and play with Flash somehow. And somebody goes, cool, blow up the world. Okay, in response, I drop Abdel Adrian into play. They wipe the thing they're doing resolves. They wipe the board. Abdel maybe dies. High Fade Trickster. High Fade Trickster. Yep, that works. You've also got... No? What do you code? What do you code? What do you code? It's a card I'm thinking of. I can't remember what it's called. It's a really old card that lets you put... It's a blue card. Um... Date greater than 1998. Well, 97 anyway. Type creature, return, onto this. I'm not saying this is the best option. I'm saying it's an option. Again, I'm known for looking for weird cards and cards that do things that you're like, wait, you're playing what? Wait, you're doing what? Yeah, I like those kind of cards. They're not necessarily the best cards. You could just as easily run something like Quicksilver Amulet. You know, something of that nature. Oh! Friend Temporal Gateway. Artifacts are historic, so are legendary. Adrian's legendary. I'll be back in a moment. I'm going to leave you with a chair stream for a moment. But yeah, consider that. see if this will behave. Cross my fingers. Hopefully this did not hiccup my stream at all. You pop out. You pop out. You. Now is it going to have flying or is it going to have flying? Because you've got a few other things that also give because you have a few other things to give flying as well. Anywho. But yeah, Threatened Temporal Gateway might not be a bad idea to run for that deck. And again, if you run a couple of artifact lands, being able to untap them, you know, have additional untaps. Also, if you want something else that's funny to just turn around and and just, I want to attack somebody with a hasty creature, and you're playing blue, Shifty Doppelganger. There we go, that's better. But yeah. TLDR, you have options. But yeah, as Selfless Exorcist. That card deals damage equal to its power to this creature. The funny thing about Selfless Exorcist is you can keep bringing it back in a pinch, and just, like, it'll basically be like, unless you can give it haste, it'll be, you know, every other turn you exile another creature. There's worse options. You can, but you can keep bringing it back with something like Shieldred. Was it Shieldred Whispering one? I think was the original one. Or Rhea Dawnbringer, or Emiria the Sky Ruin, and stuff like that. Border Patrol, not a fan of. It basically boils down to a 3/4 vigilance for 5 mana. If you're doing a Nomad Tribal thing, I can see it. Otherwise, I would pass. Battlewise Zaven. If you've got Threshold, this is a 3/3 flying first strike. My door's misbehaving. Yeah, this is a 3/3 flying first strike for 4 mana, which is fine. If you're playing soldiers, find another option. Getting first strike in a soldier deck should be fairly easy. Getting flying might be a bit more difficult, but then giving your stuff flying is not going to be hard. If you're playing birds, you might have more of an interest in this, but there's still enough birds that you might be able to just bash down with something else instead. Are you playing common birds? You might have to. Golden Wish. Back in the day, wishes actually did work. And the reason they did was because they knew that wishes were part of the game that people wanted to use. And so first things first. When wishes were created, by which I mean the cycle, golden wish, cunning wish, and all that jazz, it wasn't, we didn't have the exile zone. A card that was exiled, it wasn't called exiled, it was removed from game. Which meant it got sent to a zone that existed outside the game because it was removed from the game. It's right there in the title. When they changed it to exile, they made that into an in-game zone. Removed from game meant the card was outside the game, and so Golden Wish could get anything that was like in your like in a in a tournament environment, something that's in your sideboard, or something that was removed from the game, or something that was you know, in a casual setting. Oh, I need what have I got here? What have I got? What have I got? Oh, okay, cool. I'll grab a glass casket. You know, i.e., something that's in your collection that you can get your hands on easily enough. Sure, go for it. So originally, the wishes worked, and they worked to a certain degree. And eventually, the rules committee for Commander turned around and allowed a 10-card sideboard, specifically for effects like Golden Wish and you know, that one card that likes to get stuff from outside the game, etc., etc. So you could have cards that actually, you know, so you could have a tool to make these cards work. But people really didn't play them very much, I guess. And it's kind of like having mana burn for those that have been playing long enough to remember mana burn. Basically, what mana burn was at the end of every step or phase, if you had mana floating around that you hadn't spent, like I tap my lands for, you know, some amount of mana, and at the end of, you know, at the end of phase, I've got like two blue mana that I've tapped lands and whatever for, but I haven't spent it. Well, for each point of mana that you hadn't spent, you'd lose a life. But they eventually got rid of that rule because it would make a difference to a result of like one game per tournament sort of thing. So it just wasn't holding its own weight. And I believe, and I'm saying this without having researched it, but I believe that they got rid of the rule for Commander with respect to wishes because it was just coming up so rarely that it's like, why do we bother having this rule for this thing that nobody uses? And so they got rid of how they got rid of the sideboard aspect, and therefore you can play Golden Wish, but you nowadays, if you want to be able to play with it, you have to talk to the group ahead of time and say, hey, I have this card, this is what it lets me search up. Because Commander, keep in mind, when all is said and done, it is a casual format that ideally requires discussion with the people at the table first. And commonly it's like, you've got a constant group of people or a store that you regularly go to or something like that. So there's some understanding. Yeah, Zero, I don't know if you heard or not. I said if you want to put it up, go ahead. Um, Sorry, I know it can get rambly sometimes. Uh, Legend Creeper. All creatures. All creatures you... I'm presuming that's all creatures you control with Changeling is changing. All other creatures you control that share creature type. Oh! So everything loses change. So all your stuff loses Changeling. But everything that shares a creature type was something else that you've got. Basically, they get like the sliverized version of whatever their ability is. So if you've got a goblin with flying, suddenly all goblins have flying. Like all goblins you control have flying. And then you can pay a cost to give all creatures you can control Changeling till end of turn, which would turn around and share those abilities to everybody. Am I understanding that right? Okay. So, it's a cool idea. It would probably be... I would expect it to be Wooburg to cast. 4 seems light for something like that. Because you're... Oh... The big issue with the way the card is written is that in practice, if you were to actually write this card out, like download if you haven't already, download a program called Magic Set Editor. And it allows you to create your own cards. And, have it actually show up in, like, this sort of visual style. Or, let's see if I can find one that'll have had a reprint. Guided Strike I know has. Oh, okay. Or this kind of visual style. or they have different frames that you can alternate between. Unquestioned authority. Yeah, yeah. No, I get it. Um, but if you load up something like Magic Set Editor and try and punch it in into that, you'd also look at cards like, think about, as an example, Cairn Wanderer kind of sort of does the sort of thing you're talking about, although it's just for itself. But take a look at how it's written out. The because there's a lot of keywords out there. Or there's that new Acroma. I can't remember what you're called. Uh, there we go. Vision of Vixidor. At the beginning of combat, each other creature you control gets, you know, if it had, so in your case would have flying. And so on for, and then writes out the entire list. Right, but now you've got a Warburg activation by there, in there by looks of things. Which suddenly means it's going to be a 5-color commander regardless. So, in a situation like that, I would rather turn around and put the Warburg up front. Or you could do it like Reaper King, where you've got the option of spending colored mana or colorless mana for each of the symbols. You know, it's 5 symbols, each one of the 5 colors, but each color can be cast with 1 mana of the appropriate color or 2 colorless. But yeah, if you take a look at Acroma and Cairn Wanderer, both of them turn around and say, you know, they give one example and then go, the same is true for, and they start listing all of the keywords in question that they want to be using. The problem with keywords is then, like, some of them have got variables. Like, what happens if something has got ward? Well, if something's got ward, it's going to have ward 2, or ward 3, or ward 1, or ward to discard a card. Technically speaking, as far as I'm aware, the ones that the way your thing is listed, it would just turn around and say they have ward, but not specify what the ward is. So plus then you have ward, shroud, hex, and hexproof. Is it going to end up with all 3 if you have one of each in play? So you would end up having to realistically pick and choose to actually make it work the way you want it to. You'd probably have to pick and choose which actual keywords you want, because your other option realistically is to look at the comprehensive rules and go, okay, where's my list of keywords, and write them all out. And then you have the problem of keywords that come out after, like every time a new set comes out. There's keyword actions. Oh yeah. Attach is technically a keyword. Evergreen keywords. Death touch. Defender, like, if you say it's got all keywords, you're then looking at having defender and trample on the same card. You know. Do you want a card to have do you want your card to have level up? You know, ability words are not keywords in the sense. Yeah, so these are ability words. Discontinue keywords. Banding, fear, intimidate, land home, land walk, phasing, regenerate, substance. Regenerates the one I'd be a little more concerned about. But yeah. And there's a lot of keywords and some don't stack. Like I said, defender and trample is a good example. So I would turn around and say, well, no, I don't want my guys to have defender. The concept itself is cool. I would turn around and look at the list of keywords and trim it down to a list of no more than 20. And basically do the same thing as Cairn Wanderer and Achroma, was it Vision of Vexidor, and other similar cards that that have that kind of ability, and just write out the list. I would use Hexproof over Shroud, because then you can still target your own creatures. And there are cards that turn around and say, like for example, if you're looking out for protection, escape shapeshifter. Not named. This creature has flying. The same is true for first strike, trample, and protection from any color. I don't know if it's good. Okay, it only makes a difference in 2. Alright, sort by color. Anything else I can trim down? Oh, perch protection maybe. If you want something like Teferi's protection that's not a game changer. There. Target creature gains protect. That's cool. I want one of them. Not what I was looking for at all, but I want one of them. But yeah. What was I looking for? Oh, I know what I was looking at this for. Yeah. There's a lot of different options of protection too. Like that actually get used. Like it's not just protection from a given color, artifacts, creatures, or like a specific color. Also, I remember when she was Wallet Slayer Angel back in like M10, M11, and now she's like $5. But yeah, Golden Wish very much requires you to discuss with your table whether or not you can usefully use it, like in its intended manner. If you've got a way to use it and not care about actually being able to do what it says on it, I wouldn't have any problem with you playing it. But then I would suggest playing with a card that actually does what you're trying to do instead. You know, I'd find something else. Cage Mail. 2 mana makes a creature into a really good blocker. I realized though, Cage Mail doesn't actually, like, it gives the creature defender. It gives the creature an ability. If you've got something that makes creatures lose all abilities, it loses defender, so suddenly it can attack. Now, to be fair, if you're trying to do that, you might as well just play Knight's Pledge, which is the same cost, the same everything else, except, you know, drops the can't attack clause. There's also pacifism and all its variants. There's now a version of arrest that costs the same as pacifism. I can't remember what it's called. Petrify, Planar Disruption, Realm Breaker's Grasp you can get away with. Sarah Bestiary was the original one. Stasis Cocoon was the... Stasis Cocoon was the first one realistically after Sarah Bestiary. Then they did Trapped in the Tower. The problem with Trapped in the Tower, like, I'm looking at white cards, obviously. The problem with Trapped in the Tower was that you could lose Trapped in a Tower just by somebody giving your, the creature that that's being enchanted flying, because now it's no longer a legal target. Well, target's the wrong word here, but it no longer fits the restriction that says. However, if you have Archetype of Imagination, which gives all your creatures flying, and more relevantly, removes flying from all your opponent's creatures, Trapped in a Tower suddenly becomes, it basically becomes, well, a Stasis Cocoon, etc., etc. But yeah, Sarah Bestiary would have been the first time they actually tried doing that. And it's basically can't attack or block, and any activated ability that's got a tap symbol in it can't be activated. So kind of there. Realm Breaker's Grasp. Mana abilities, you're good. Everything else, no. Petrify and Planar Disruption? No, just shut them off completely. And against, like, artifact lands, those are basically... It's essentially land destruction at that point for 2 mana. And Planar Disruption, the fact that it can even hit Planeswalkers, you want a removal spell that can hit Planeswalkers in common, and you want, like, a pacifism style effect. Planar Disruption is so good. But yeah, Cage Mail. If you're running Cage Mail, you better have a reason for running Cage Mail specifically. Because now you've got at least, I would say at least at least two playable options at 2 mana. Realmbreaker's Grasp and Stasis Cocoon are a little lower on this. Like, these are like top 2. This Planar Disruption is obviously at the top because it can also hit Planeswalkers. Then Petrify. Then I would say I would probably say Realmbreaker's Grasp over Stasis Cocoon in general because this is more flexible than Stasis Cocoon. Then probably Trapped in a Tower just because it's so easy to like have the control of it, have to sacrifice it just by going, hey, by the way, you've got flying now. And every color's got a way around it. Worst case scenario, you run a card like Flying Carpet and go, okay, by the way, it's got flying now. The Sarah Bestiary would be at the bottom. As for the blue cards, can't attack or block, and its abilities can't be activated when it becomes a target. So this is basically, Ice Cage is basically like the blue analog to Trapped in the Tower. Lost in Thought is the same idea, except they can, the person affected by it can exile 3 cards from their graveyard to say, okay, your enchantment does nothing this turn. Volrath's Curse, same idea, but they can sack a permanent. But you can also bounce it back to your hand. So I think Volrath's Curse and Lost in Thought they're sufficiently different enough from each other that I'd have trouble comparing the two of them easily. I would put Ice Cage, between the 3 of them, I would put Ice Cage up at the top. And then Lost in Thought or Volrath's Curse because, again, there's a way built in for the person that's being affected to say, yeah, it doesn't do anything to me. But yeah. And note that like all these cards at some point with the exception of Academic Probation, which I didn't cover, and I'm less enthused by it, although it's a bit better now that Panoptic Mirror is out. All the rest of these are printed at common. Yeah. Don't play Cage Mail unless you've got a reason to specifically play Cage Mail. Even if you're having to play, pre-modern Commander, don't play Cage Mail. Just play Pacifism. It does the same thing and more. Can't attack or block for the same cost. Why are you giving this a power boost? Or just give it a power boost and call it a day. Unholy Strength, Holy Strength, whatever. Vigilant Sentry. 3 mana, 2/2, meh. But once you hit thresholds, this thing ends up being very interesting. It then becomes a 3/3 with the ability to tap it to give a creature that's in combat with something else, well, a creature that's in combat, +3/+3 till end of turn. Keep in mind, and I'll mention this often, keep in mind that fight is not combat. It sounds like it. It's not combat. Combat is attacking, blocking, for stuff like that. Fight is just like a couple of dudes off in a corner somewhere. It's like combat is like when you see like, lines of infantry going up against like a line of cavalry sort of thing in movies and whatnot. And fight is like a couple of dudes in a boxing ring. They did keep the same art. Cool. So yeah, this is going to end up becoming a lot better once you hit threshold, to the point where I see it as actually worth, like, if you're constantly doing combat stuff and you want combat shenanigans, especially if you've got a way to untap him, you can do your combat shenanigans. Lead Astray, it's okay. 2 mana, tap up to 2 target creatures. If you're playing blue, you get access to sleep, which, yes, twice the cost, and sorcery, but basically you choose a player and all their creatures become tapped. All of them. Thunk! Because they all fall asleep. Lead Astray. Lead Astray is good in bursts. Although, now that Edge of Eternity is out, you've got cards that actually care about, and I'm not just saying that they don't exist elsewhere, but you've got cards that care about becoming tapped specifically. Scare Tiller, one of my favorites, cares about, whenever he becomes tapped, you put a land from your hand onto the battlefield tapped, or from your graveyard onto the battlefield tapped. There's 8 cards in this set, every color but red gets one, that says whenever this creature becomes tapped. Sorry, 7 of them are creatures. Starfighter Pilot, you surveil 1. Mecha Navigator, you loot. Nanoform Sentinel, you one-tap something else. Swarm Color, you can sack a creature or artifact to draw a card. Hemosymbic Might, another creature you control gets a power and toughness boost based on how big this thing is. Seed Ship Agrarian makes a lander token. And Chrome Companion gains you a life. And Crowd Shatter is a removal spell. 1 blue, enchant creature gets -5/-0 till end of turn. Whenever it becomes tapped or dealt damage, destroy it. Yeah. So Lead Astray, yeah, is in combination with some of the stuff from Edge of Eternity, can do some really interesting things. If you're considering doing that, consider running a card like Isochron Scepter, because then you get to do this turn after turn. Funeral Pyre. Black, or not black, white has had a history of, and especially when you're looking at cards like Judgment, your opponent loses a thing, but they get something to replace it. So, for example, the Selfless Exorcist, often you blow up you exile one of their cards from their graveyard, creature card, but you exile a card from their graveyard, and you lose the Exorcist in the process, in which case you have to find a way to reanimate it. Funeral Pyre, same idea. Exile a card from a graveyard, but they get a 1/1 spirit. This also follows in line with things like, Swords to Plowshares. You exile one of their creatures, they get life to compensate. Path to exile, they get a land to compensate. Anything that's, basically efficient. This isn't always true. You look at cards like Disenchant, for example. It just simply blows up an artifact or creature. Artifact or enchantment. But if it was like 1 mana to do it, well, then they would get something to compensate. As opposed to someone like Black, for example, who, if they had a Disenchant, would get, would either make themselves lose something. They lose life, or they have to sack a something or whatever. But Funeral Pyre is not bad. You would, generally speaking, much rather have something that can do this consistently. Like an effect like Night Soil or Withered Wretch, Scavenging Ooze, Lion's Sash, I think it's called, is the white reconfigurable equipment thing from Neon Dynasty. That thing. Aether Warcraft. Aether Warcraft is a decent protection spell. The thing is, it only protects against a single color, and a lot of people in Commander play more than one color. It's not unheard of to play only a single color, but I would recommend that most decks that people actually play are more than one color. And this is, if you take a look at the Commander decks that are produced like every set, most of them are 2 or more colors. So even if you've got Threshold, this is medium. Train Pronghorn, you want this as, I was going to say combo piece, but you really want this largely as a discard outlet that doesn't cost you anything to discard the card. This is, if you're building a mono white reanimator, mono white resurrector deck, you want a card like this. 2 mana 1/1. Doesn't matter relevantly the fact that it's cheap to cast in the first place. Discard a card. The effect doesn't matter. Well, I shouldn't say the effect doesn't matter. The fact that the effect does not have any targets. Prevent all damage should be dealt to this creature this turn is occasionally relevant. I.e., if you've got this out and somebody goes, Starve Extinction, you can discard a card, and suddenly your Train Pronghorn is going to stick around because it's going to have the 20 damage prevented. I would expect, if I'm seeing Train Pronghorn, I'm expecting, again, there's multiple reasons to want to discard a card. Flashback, Madness, Reanimator, getting a card in the graveyard for Threshold, getting a card that has Dredge into your graveyard, etc., etc. realistically speaking, if I'm seeing a white deck that has this sort of thing, I'm assuming some kind of I'm bringing fatties back from the graveyard. There's few cards that people would play that I can think of. To be fair, there's more cards that people play than I realize. Where that have madness that people care about, that have threshold that people care about, but if the threshold is not going to be the sole reason to play cards. Phantom Nomad. Phantom Nomad is the Phantom Cycle was really fun. The thing about the Phantom Cycle was you come and play with some number of +1 counters on. If damage would be dealt to this creature, prevent that damage. Remove a +1 counter from this creature. If you have an effect, back in the day it might have been Castle, or Glorious Anthem. Nowadays it'll still be like Glorious Anthem, Benelish Marshal, something. That gives your creatures at least a toughness boost. This can just stand there forever. The fact that you don't, because the thing about one of the rules about Magic is that in a situation like this, I lightning bolt your Nomad. Okay. You do as much as possible. So the first time I lightning bolt your Nomad, okay, I prevent the 3 damage, but I take a +1 counter off. So now it's a 1/1. The second time I lightning bolt it, okay, maybe I'm using Rift Bolt. I do 3 damage to your creature. I prevent the damage, I take a 1/1 counter off. If it's got nothing to help boost it, at that point it's a 0/0 and it'll go to the graveyard. But if you have any sort of effect that pumps its toughness by even a single point, what do you call it? Is that the one I'm thinking of? Yeah, Spire Silk Armor. Creatures you control have, get +0, +1, and have reach. The reach part doesn't matter here. +0, +1. So this is now going to be a 0/1 creature with no counters on it. It has reach, but not relevant for this. I try and lightning bolt it again. Okay, maybe I'm using lightning strike. You're going to do as much as possible. Okay, I prevent the damage. Okay, damage tries to get dealt. It gets prevented. Remove a +1/+1 counter from this creature. There's no counters left to remove. But just because you can't remove any counters doesn't mean the damage doesn't get prevented. You do as much of it as you can. In situations where you've got targets, if there's no legal targets, you counter the entire thing. If that's not the situation, you quite end up often in the situation of let's do as much as possible. If it has, if it has targets and, it has at least one legal target, you're going to do as much as possible. If it says, if you've got Hex that says destroy 6 target creatures, and there's still one legal target, okay, you're going to do as much of what Hex said as possible. The other 5 are gone, you're still going to blow up that 6th creature. But Phantom Nomad, if you've got, well, let's talk about the next card first. Silver Seraph. 8 mana for a 6/6 flyer. It's fine. If you have Threshold, which again, 7 or more creatures, or sorry, 7 or more cards in your graveyard. They don't have to be creatures. They could all be lands. They could be enchantments. They could be anything. Other creatures you control get +2/+2. So you've got a Silver Seraph out with Threshold. Phantom Nomad is sitting there as a 2/2, and the damage will constantly be prevented. And he just stands there and goes, okay, that's nice. What else you got? Or, got any more? Yep. Blue cards. Across Disdain. When it was in Standard, this was actually decent because, you know, Flashback was a big deal then. Lacrosse Disdain, I think the occasional person running Lacrosse Disdain, it would be fine. There's generally better options. I would generally prefer, oh, I can't remember what it's called now. You're in my mono blue common stack. Take me down to Cranter up there. Come on. Grip of Amnesia, which is also in the same set, so we'll cover that shortly. I would generally prefer Grip of Amnesia, but it's still fine. And there are cards that are, you know, I'm not just casting something of my own from a graveyard. I'm occasionally casting from somebody else's graveyard. So having a copy of this floating around in your 99 is actually serviceable. Wormfang Newt. 2 mana 2/2. Again, first of all, this is back when blue getting a 2 mana 2/2 was a big deal. You got a 2 mana 2/1 with a relevant creature type, or 1/2 with some kind of ability, but you didn't get a 2 mana 2/2. You might get something that was equivalent to a 2 mana 2/2. You know, you might be lucky to get like a 2/1 flyer, or you know, something of that, but you wouldn't get a 2/2 creature. Not at common. So, again, the typical caveat of I have an enter the battlefield trigger, I have a leave the battlefield trigger. That relates to the same thing. If you have a creature enter the battlefield ability goes on the stack, and then you cause it to leave the battlefield. The leave the battlefield trigger then goes on the stack on top. The leave the battlefield ability resolves. Then the enters the battlefield trigger resolves. In a situation like Wormfang Newt, what you end up with, because you can't return a land that was exiled if it hadn't been exiled yet. So this does nothing, because there's no card that was exiled. And then a land gets exiled. So you end up with a 2/2 creature that you ended up with an exiled land. That being said, There are times when you might want an effect like this to happen. It is the ability to, like, basically flicker land. Um, mis- um, um, oh, what do you call it? Um, Mystic Sanctuary. Banned Modern, Banned Pauper. When this land enters untapped, it enters untapped if you've got 3 or more islands in play. You may put target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard on top of your library. Well, if you can flicker this by using the effect like Wormfang News or something like that, then you can get the, you can flicker the, flicker the Sanctuary, essentially, and keep getting instants and sorceries back on top of your deck to draw later. There's other ways to do that, but there are ways to make the Newt actually playable. Wormfang Behemoth? One of the least egregious, or maybe I should, least damaging, cards from this cycle. Again, the problem with, a related come into play and leave playability. However, if you can make this work, what you get is you have cards that are stored. You have cards that are stored in the Behemoth. You get a 5/5 creature for 5, which is not nothing. You store your cards off to the side. Sure, I've got no cards in hand. That's a benefit to some cards. Fool's Tome comes to mind. Or cards that have or care about you being hellbent or whatever. There are ways to actually make this work for you. So you can build around that, but again, this is one of those cards where you don't just put it into a deck. You build your deck knowing this is going to be in your deck. You don't necessarily have to build around it, but you have this in the back of your mind going, hey, by the way, I'm going to be running this. Cunning Wish, same as the other wishes we've talked about earlier. It just fetches an instant, and it itself is an instant. Which made things kind of interesting when you were copying it with certain effects that could, well, yeah, Cunning Wish would, a copy of Cunning Wish could get back, like, you get back the Cunning, hold on, Cunning Wish, copy it with Murray. This gets back. Oh no, you had to have a second Cunning Wish. Okay. And just, the copy would get the other Cunning Wish back, and then the original would get back the card that you actually wanted. Right, that's how it worked. Yeah, but again, Cunning Wish, wishes in general in Commander don't work. Lost in Thought, we talked about earlier. Not bad. Lost in Thought, I rate a little higher than I would than I would otherwise, because its controller may exile 3 cards from their graveyard for that player to ignore this effect till end of turn. So when you've got a player who cares about their graveyard, that's a problem. Also, if something weird happens and this gets flickered, well, even if it lands on the same creature, okay, now you have to go through it again. Have fun with that. Scalpel Axis. Scalpel Axis, rarely going to be relevant in most against most decks. This, for the most part, is going to be whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, that player exiles the top 4 cards of their library. Is literally going to be 5 mana, 1/5 flyer. That. The last bit is rarely going to be relevant. However, if you are playing against somebody who is known to occasionally dabble into other decks, now it starts to be a problem. You could end up with, you could end up with, if you are against somebody who's running persistent petitioners, or or like a friend of mine, if you're playing against somebody who's known to run Slime Against Humanity, it's a bit of a problem, especially if you're running like 30, 35 copies, whatever. I figured 24 when I built Persistent Petitioners was good. Yeah, but against most people, it's just going to be they exile the top 4 cards. That is 4 cards they're not getting back, barring certain very, very specific cards. I think there's 3 cards that you get back a card that's been exiled. Yeah, have fun with that. Wormfang Turtle. Wormfang Turtle is literally 1 more mana than the Newt for 2 more points of toughness. And that's the entire difference between the two. Oh, and a bump in rarity. I guess if you're considering running one, you might want to run both. Although, if you are playing some kind of blue-based toughness matters deck, the turtle is slightly better, but probably wouldn't bother. But it's fine. It's basically a 3/3 for 3. Telekinetic Pawns. Whenever a player discards a card, you may pay 2 blue +1. If you do, you may tap or untap target permanent. That card can be discarded by anyone for any reason, as long as it's specifically a discard, like Trained Pronghorn. You would need some way to make it. Well, no. You can discard an effect. Let's assume you've got a land that can tap for more than 2 mana. Lotus Field comes to mind. You've got a Lotus Field in play. You pitch to an effect like Trained Pronghorn. You untap your, you untap the Teleconnect. You untap the Lotus Field via Telekinetic Bonds. Tap it for mana. Discard another card. If you've got a way to draw cards from discarding cards, think Sacred Ground. Damn it, I'm getting caught again. Yeah, there's a card along the lines of this. No. Sort by color. There. Whenever you. So Confessor makes you gain life. Oh! Pure Intentions. Oh no. From ability. And opponent controls. Go away. Oh yeah. How am I still getting... How am I still getting you, SOBs? Alright, whatever. I'll just have to ignore them. What I want is something like Scrounging Skyray. Oh! Meshra Excavation Prodigy. Something like that might work. Discard an artifact. Add red. Filter at least one of the mana somehow over to green or over to blue. Oh, only triggers once each turn. Damn it. Huh. There. Bone Miser. Whenever you discard a non-creature, non-land card, draw a card. Finally found something that does what I'm looking for. Mumble, mumble, mumble. Whenever your exile cards for hand. Whenever you discard lung. Okay. Yeah. So basically, Bone Miser in combination with Bone Miser in combination with Telekinetic Ground can keep you full. You'd have to find some way to filter the mana, but that's not impossible. You might end up having to play 3 colors to do this. I don't know. But oh, maybe not. Gemstone Array. Yeah. There's a way to reduce the cost by 1. Like the activation cost by 1. Which would suddenly make it 1 mana. Put a charge counter on it. So basically 1 mana convert mana. Okay. So Bone Miser, and then whenever you discard a creature card, yeah, you discard a creature card, you make mana, you just want stuff that'll be like mana draw cards. There'll be ways to make that work. It might require some more hoops. Wow, that was probably, what, 20 minutes, I'm guessing, going through Teleconnect. There's probably a way to make it work. Oh yeah, even Fogbringer. I never thought this was a great card, but, you know, when it enters, return target land to its owner's hand. Because back in the day, again, we're talking Judgment, we're talking near, 23 years ago now. We're looking at a card that, realistically, the only lands that people played were Mana Generation and, what, Maze of Ith? Yeah, because Maze of Ith has been around forever. Strip Mine and Ghost Quarter, you basically played them as spells. You played them, you sacked them in relatively short order. Whatever, don't care. Nowadays, you've actually got lands that actually do things that you might want to bounce. And I mean, now there's lands that you might want to bounce that you're playing. For example, one of the cycling lands. You might want to bounce one of the cycling lands back to your hand so you can cycle it to draw a card. That is a viable reason to play them. To play something like Aven Fogbringer. It's not the greatest use of it, but it is a viable reason for playing it. There's also, lands that do other things. If you've got a land that's got, like if your opponent's got Dark Depths out, and no way that you know of to suddenly remove a bunch of counters. They're having to do it, quote unquote, honestly. And it's down to like 2 counters left. Aven Fogbringer, send it back to your hand. Now, to be fair, you could wait until they've sacked it, made the token, and sent the creature back to hand. But then why would you be playing Aven Fogbringer? I'm not saying it's the best way to do it. Yeah. Mrs. Stagnation. Mrs. Stagnation, you play this if you're playing a graveyard-based deck. You play this if you're playing a deck that can mill yourself a bunch for, reasons. It's 5 mana, and then you play this if you've got a way to keep your opponent's graveyards relatively clear. 5 mana enchantment, permanent stone untap during the controller's untap step. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, they choose a permanent for each card in their graveyard. Then they untap those permanents. Do you know what the funny thing about this is? Do you know the other way to break this card? Okay, that's nice. I don't care. What? I have Seedborn Muse. I'm going to untap my stuff on your turn. Wait, what? Yeah, I'm going to untap my stuff on your turn, and then on your turn, and then on your turn. The fact that I can't untap it on my turn is a bit annoying, but I'll untap it on your... Because they don't untap during their controller's untap steps. But it doesn't stop them from being able to not untap on someone else's. Yeah. Expect to get punched in the throat for that one. Wormfang Manta. 7 mana for a 6/1 flyer. When it enters, you skip your next turn. When it leaves, you take an extra turn after this one. This is one of those few cards that you want it to leave the battlefield before it's coming to play a bit. Like, you actually want that scenario to go off. Because, you know, comes into play, bounce it back to my hand, take an extra turn after this one, and then I'll skip a turn. So you get 2 turns in a row, and then the next turn cycle, you don't get one. Oh no. So, I have the Teamer Splinter Twin deck I'm working on. I've already figured out what I want to put into it. However, if you want interesting things to throw into Teamer Splinter Twin, the deck being based around cards that do what these 2 cards do. Let's embiggen this some more. There we go. Enchanted creature has tap, put a token that's a copy of this creature onto the battlefield. That token has haste, exile at the beginning of the next end step. Or create a token that's a copy of target non-legendary creature you control, except it has haste, sacrifice at the beginning of the next end step. Stuff of that nature in general. With cards like Pestermite, you make a token that's a copy of Pestermite. You untap, if it's got Splinter Twin on it, you untap the original Pestermite. If it's Kiki Jiki making it, you untap Kiki Jiki. Make another copy, do the untap thing, make another copy, etc., etc. You can combine that with a card like Intruder Alarm, because, yes, while this list has a bunch of stuff that says when it enters, untap target creature, Intruder Alarm, whenever a creature comes into play, untap all creatures. So you don't need a creature that has a enter the battlefield untap to get that sort of ability. You just need a creature entering. So, Wormfang Manta. I make a copy of Wormfang Manta. It has 2 common play abilities trigger. Its own entering and Intruder Alarm. Regardless of the order, Intruder Alarm is going to see Wormfang Manta entered, and so untapped, we'll say Kiki Jiki. Well, now that it's untapped, you can do it again, and do it again, and make a bunch of copies. So you're going to have a bunch of enter the battlefield, skip your next turn, go on the stack. And then they'll all resolve. So you attack for a bunch. If you somehow manage not to do lethal damage, you'll then have a bunch of leave the battlefield triggers because the tokens will all disappear. Pop, 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 pop. You take an extra turn after this one. So I will find out an answer to that one. That used to be an answer that I knew the question to. I do not remember. I'll come back to you on that. I'll come back to you with that. Oh yeah, Wormfang Drake. 3 mana for a 3/4 flyer. This used to be a solid creature for a long time. You had to exile something other than itself when it entered, or you sacrificed it. So it's kind of like Faceless Butchering yourself. But I mean, you could set up like a 3-card loop with like Wormfang Drake. Um, but this is still fine because you, this is still fine because it's like you get a 3 mana 3/4 flyer, which is fine. Hilariously, at common. And you store a creature that you might want later. You know, you can use this kind of like as a preemptive protection spell. You know, you can use this as a preemptive protection spell. Store a creature away for later. You can use this as like a way to break the game. This in combination with not Banisher Priest itself, but something that had like the same sort of thing going on as like 2 separate abilities. This plus like Faceless Butcher plus like another card that did the same thing. And just infinite loop the game. If you're doing that, hopefully, you know, and you're playing with Faceless Butcher, hopefully you've got something to turn around and go, hey, by the way, creature enters, you know, ping the table or whatever. Or, you know, um, some way, basically some way to make sure that you win the game that turn. So yes, there are combo ways to make that work. Apart from that, it's still a perfectly fine, serviceable. You know, it's a 3 mana, 3/4 flyer that tucks away one of your creatures that you might want later, like a creature that's like, hey, by the way, when I come into play, I draw cards. Okay, cool. Wormfang Crab. 4 mana for a 3/6. Had to have errata because you'd end up in some weird stuff if it was left as is. It had errata as soon as Wizards of the Coast realized what options an opponent had. So I think it might have had errata before it was like standard playable. Like I think it might have been after the pre-release and before release because there was a time frame. I think it might have been like a month at that point. It was at least a couple of weeks between the two, but I think it was like a month. 4 mana for a 3/6 unblockable. Comes into play, an opponent chooses one of your permanents to and that's what gets exiled. And then when it leaves play, you know, that comes back. Almost regardless of what they exile, you're probably, if you're playing with Wormfang Crab, you're probably okay with almost anything they exile. And you have a 3/6 unblockable, which is kind of silly. You know, and I just might put this in my Simic unblockable deck just because, okay, cool. Oh, you exile land? Okay, I got a 3/6 unblockable. Oh, you exile one of my creatures? Okay, I'll come back later. It'll come back when this thing dies or whatever. I got a 3. The only thing I really have to concern myself with is somebody going, hey, by the way, you know, bounce it in response. But, or, you know, in response to its enter the battlefield ability, uh, you know, Swords of Plowshares or something like that. But if nobody has any way to interact with it with its enter ability on the stack, or chooses not to, then I don't care. Um, Flash of Insight. Kind of scry X and put one in your hand. The difference is all the cards that you don't choose go on the bottom. It's still fine. You know, it's kind of tutoring. And then flashback, exile X blue cards from your graveyard. It's still fine. But I'd really only play it if I'm looking, like if there's certain cards I need to get, or at least a certain, if not a certain card, a certain category of card. You know, I'm either looking for a tutor or I'm looking for something to get, or I'm looking for something that'll get me a tutor. Hapless Researcher. 1 mana for 1/1, sack it to loot. Used to actually see play in, I can't remember if it was Vintage or Legacy, basically as like way back in the day. As like when Dredge was still a new deck idea. Something like help kickstart the engine. Like, this is before we had frickin' prized amalgam and all that jazz, when Dredge was just, you know, Bazaar Baghdad or something similar, and dredgers, and eventually win the game with you know, Narcomoebas and Icarids coming into play, sacking them to Dredge Return to bring back something. Flamekin Zealot, um, um, Elish Norn, Elish Norn Grand Cenobite, uh, Blazing Archon was a good call because, you know, you couldn't be attacked and yet you had this, you know, healthy sized flyer that you could beat down with. So, yeah, it was, it, nowadays it's basically just a cheap, like, you're not really looking for this card anymore. You know, it's so easy to get this. See if you skip the fixture. Okay. So I just got an answer back. Um, the all those extra turns would end up canceling out with the ones he would have skipped. All right. Hapless researcher. Meh. Envelop, on the other hand, most really big, powerful spells are sorceries. Most of your wrath effects, for example, are sorceries. Mass reanimation are sorceries. Drawing a lot of cards, quite often sorcery. Um, Sending a lot of stuff back to owner's hand. You know, and any sort of board reset, quite often sorcery. Make a lot of tokens at once, or animate a bunch of things at once. Generally, a sorcery. Anything that's got like a really big effect is generally a sorcery. Envelop, yes. If you want a cheap card to deal with big effects, like protection from Wrath of God sort of effect, Envelop, 1 blue mana, counters their big, you know, board swinging, uh, board swing play, and just say, no. Seagate Restoration. I'm going to draw a bunch of cards and have no maximum hand size for the rest of the game. No. Yeah. It is a decent card. Did I do 4 rows? I did 4 rows. I oopsed. Oh well. Black cards. I'm gonna go through all the black cards because there's only 16. Treacherous Vampire. Out of the 2 treacherous creatures in the set, there was Treacherous Vampire and Treacherous Werewolf. I think I liked this one better because it's a 4/4 flyer for 5, which is fine. Whenever it attacks or blocks, sack and unless the exile card from your graveyard. Okay, fine. But if you have Threshold, it's a 6/6 flyer. When it dies, you lose 6 life. I paid 5 mana for a 6/6 flyer. Okay, when it dies, I lose 6 life. I will point out that a lot of spot removal, not all, but a lot of spot removal in Commander is exile based. Swords, Path, Unmake, Farewell. Granted, most of them are going to be white. Some of it's going to be black. Some of it's even going to be blue, like Raven Form, for example. So exile, a lot of it is exile based. Resculpt. And so you're only going to lose that 6 life, I would say, about half the time. Its biggest problem is, whenever it attacks or blocks, you have to exile a card from your graveyard. That being said, if you're playing Trixie, you can have something like Stifle, Trick Bind, I think Bind. Counter target activated ability. No. Value less than 3, type equal instant. Consign a memory works. Defabricate works. Activated, triggered, or non-creature spell. I like that. Don't know how it's supposed to be pronounced. I assume Louis Spa. I like this. Counter target activated, triggered, activated or triggered ability or non-creature spell. Basically like Tail's End, except instead of countering legendary, you can counter a non-creature. And you sack either a legendary creature or you pay 2. Stifle, Tail's End, Trick Bind. I would play most of these. Yeah, you do that with Treacherous Vampire's trigger, attack / block trigger on the stack, and it's just every so often it's like, yeah, nope, don't care. I like this guy. Compared to the Treacherous Werewolf, 3 mana 2/2, when he's in, no combat restriction. But he's a 4/4 that when it dies you lose 4 life. Neither of them are actually bad per se. I think I'm undecided. I think I like the werewolf better than the vampire. Neither of them are actually bad. Mass Gorgon was kind of funny. 5 mana for 5/5. Green and white creatures have protection from Gorgons. But once you hit threshold, this has got protection from white and green. Yeah, so Mass Gorgon can actually, like Mass Gorgon, you're less interested in playing until you have Threshold. Once you've got Threshold, this is like, okay, well I can block, because when you don't have Threshold, they're like, I can block this all day long and not care. Once you have Threshold, you're like, I'm getting through, you're not touching me. Death Wish, again, same problem with the other wishes. Toxic Stench. Toxic Stench I always liked. The problem with Toxic Stench is nowadays we've got at 2 mana you can outright blow up a creature. Um, and it can't hit black, which again, a very heavily played color in Commander. So not being able to hit black creatures kind of hurts. You'd rather have Ultimate Price. You'd rather have um, uh, Cast Down. You'd rather have like there's a suite of cards. If you don't mind adding a second color, you have access to Terminate. What's that one that's like man equal 1 beat. Fell. You have access to Fell if you really want to play it. It's a sorcery, but it's 2 mana, destroy target creature. You've also got Feed the Swarm if you want to go with that route, which I would probably pay Feed the Swarm before I played Fell, because it can also hit enchantments. And some people don't like the fact that black can hit enchantments. I have no problem with it. But you have enough ways to just kill a creature for 2 mana, especially for adding a second color. You might have to play it as a sorcery, but you can do it. Once you hit 3 mana, the gloves are off. Destroy target creature, like murder. Murder. Yeah. Cabal Trainee. Not generally a good reason to play this card to begin with. It's it's like a one shot that reduce, like if you're looking at a creature that's got double strike, okay, I'll take 4 less damage. But that's only a one shot. You still have to worry about it next turn. So, a lot better when it was in standard. Especially since at that point combat damage still used the stack, so you could combat damage on... I don't think that would have worked even with combat damage on the stack. I don't think that would have worked with combat damage on the stack. I think you were still foobard. Rat's Feast. Basically a fireball against somebody's graveyard. Generally speaking, an effect like this, you're better off with a card like Tormod's Crypt, Nihil Spellbomb, something of that nature that can just eat that graveyard altogether rather than targeting specific cards in it. You're only looking at removing like a couple of cards and getting a certain effect, or you're looking at getting rid of the entire graveyard at once. Rat's Feast is trying to do like a halfway job, and it's not worth it. Suture Ghoul. Back in the day, used to be like one of the reanimation targets that you would want to hit. You'd fill, when your deck was filled of cards like, Icarid and other things that had ways to come back. Nether Shadow comes to mind. Anything that had a way to, jump back into play. Or, again, the very early days of Dredge itself. Most cards that had Dredge that people actually played were creatures. So I have like 20 creatures that had say 20 creatures that had dredge that were in your deck. And you had like 10 other creatures, and then like Sutured Ghoul, and some way to get Sutured Ghoul back. You know, maybe Soul Exchange or Animate Dead or something. You fill your graveyard as much as you can. You exile it. You know, you exile everything that's in your graveyard when you reanimate Sutured Ghoul. And let's say you've got 20 creatures in your graveyard, and the average parent toughness is 2. You know, it averages out to 2/2. Well, if you're exiling 20 cards and they average to a 2/2, this is now a 40/40 that you've reanimated. If you're using Animate Dead itself, okay, it's 39 power, 40 toughness. Doesn't matter. It has trample. This is like the modern update to a card like Frankenstein's Monster. So yeah, if you're looking to build something that is, you know, along the lines of dredge, this this does occasionally come back, like it was in M12, for example. So when it came back to standard, and people were looking to see if something along the lines of dredge was available even in standard. You know, Sutured Ghoul was like what they were looking at. The problem with Sutured Ghoul is in the graveyard it counts 0. So don't bother reanimating it. Also, if you're going to do that, probably exile a bit more than what you need to kill your opponent, and not everything. So if your opponent's at, you know, 20, maybe exile around 25 power. This way, if you end up having to do it again, you still have food left. Or if you end up animating a second one, you still have food left. Also, if you're looking at something like standard, you know, paying 7 mana, I would say as long as it's at least a 6/6, you're fine. Actually, as long as it's at least a 5/5, you're probably okay. 4/4, I would be annoyed. 5/5, I think I'd be okay. 6/6, I'm like, all right, this feels about right. 5/5 would feel slightly underpowered. Grave Consequences. Oh, it's fun. Each player may exile any number of cards from the graveyard. Alright. I don't want to exile anything. I'm not going to exile. Alright, how many cards are left in your graveyard? 15. Alright, take 15. Wait, what? Yeah. So basically, you're going to take damage based on how many cards are in your graveyard. Like this happens to each player. They take damage equal, well, sorry, it's a life loss, not damage, equal to the number of cards in their graveyard. They can prevent any amount of that by exiling cards instead. So it's like you can exile a card or take the burn, exile a card or take the burn, exile the card or take the burn all the way down. And then the person that casts it gets to draw a card. If your graveyard does not matter, or you've got like 1 or 2 cards that might care, and beyond that don't care, and if those couple of cards, oh well, something happens, shrug. Okay, Yeah. Burn away your graveyard and burn your opponent's faces off. You're either going to exile their graveyards or they'll be looking at taking like 10 each. Ear splitting rats. I probably generally wouldn't play this even in a rat deck. It's 4 mana for 2/1. When this enters, each player discards a card. Discard a card to regenerate this creature. If I'm playing this card, again, I'm looking at doing some. I'm care more about that last line. Discard card: regenerate this creature. Likely more for the discarded card effect. However, there is a lot of mass removal and even spot removal that sees play that does not have that nice little line that you see on cards like Wrath of God and Damnation that say creatures, um, you know, creatures can't be, destroy all creatures, destroy all creatures, they can't be regenerated. Stuff of that nature, yeah, no, just not a thing. So I don't know. I might consider playing this if I'm doing like some kind of reanimator shenanigans or either discarding cards or um or the cards in the graveyard being relevant. I will point out that activating this once means you yourself have discarded 2 cards plus spent a card to cast it. I think if I know like this is a 2/1, I think if it was a 2/2, I would have been a bit more okay with it. I think if it was bigger than a 2/2, I would have been more comfortable with it just because to me it felt overcosted. Alternatively, cut a mana off. 3 mana for a 2/1 comes into play. Yeah, I think I would have been okay with that because it always felt overcosted. Cabal Therapy. So glad it's so cheap nowadays. So glad it's so cheap nowadays. 1 black. You normally want to play both halves of this against the same person. You choose a card. You choose a card that's not a land, that's likely to be in their hand. Go, okay, show me your hand. Cool. So I named X, so I named Soul Ring, let's say. Discard anything that's in your hand that's a Soul Ring. Oh. Flashback, sack a creature. The worst this is you get to look at their hand, which is it's still information. It's still something you can play around. And if you play like 6, if you go through like 6 turns and then you do the flashback, if you've got a good memory, there's probably something in their hand that's still there when you go sack the creature. And if not, oh well. You get to know what cards are in their hand now, and that'll inform decisions over the next, probably the next 3 turns. Would not generally recommend it. Although if you are building for like a 1v1 commander, like dual commander sort of thing, then yeah, Cabal Therapy is on the list of cards to consider. Morality Shift. 7 mana sorcery. Exile your graveyard and library, then shuffle your library. This will go to your new graveyard. There's a few reasons to play this card. One, there's a bunch of stuff that's in your graveyard that you really need to get back because you're kind of foobarred otherwise. Two, there's a bunch of stuff in your library that you'd really rather have in your graveyard. You're playing a reanimator deck of some sort, and like all your big reanimation targets are still in your library. You know, those are generally the two times you want to do it. Having this in your hand and you know, casting it when you're around the corner from being milled out. You know, can save you a lot of, you know, like against a mill deck, that's like at least, if you've got like 80 cards going back in, that's probably at least an extra 4 turns. So it does give you time. It has its uses. Would not begrudge anyone for having a copy in their 99 somewhere. Balthor the Defiled. Undecided whether I want this to be my commander or in the 99. I would not have a problem either way. Minions get +1/+1. He's not a minion himself, sadly. He's a 4 mana 2/2. Pay 3 and exile him. Each player returns all black and red creature cards from their graveyard to the battlefield. I.e., any that are black come back into play. Any that are red come back into play. They could be like red, green, and black, blue. They're at least red or green, or sorry, they're at least red or black. They're coming back into play. For everybody. If you want to be nice, you play that in combination with a card like Painter's Servant, and everybody goes, cool, everybody gets to reanimate everything. If you're playing this as a general, you're playing basically minion tribal. You're playing with minions that you want to reanimate. If I'm playing this as my general, no, IDB. Mana value greater than probably 5. Not greater than, yeah, greater than, no, greater than 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe. Ugh. Wow. What if I went to 3? Okay. Enough cards to actually give options. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, maybe enough to do it. That being said, if you don't care about the minion line, if you don't care about that line at all, and just want them as like a mastery animator, you can mastery animate a lot. And I think there's a black creature. I think there's a black soul sister. And there's at least, I think there's at least one. And there's, I believe, a card that basically says when a creature enters the battlefield, you lose a life and you get a black mana. You could take that mana, pump it into something like Gemstone Arrays so you can spend it later. End up basically being life neutral. And then recast Balthor and, you know, and like doing commander plus tax and then exile later to, you know, which means sending them back to the command zone to master reanimate again later. That being said, if you wanted to be able to do this, you could also just turn around and go and play Conspiracy, Name Minion, or was it Maskwood Nexus, or there's a few ways to pull that off. Guilt Feeder. 5 mana for 0/4 with Fear. So, can't be blocked unless the opponent's got a black creature or an artifact creature. And that's what's, you know, they can only block with those. It can be black-blue, it can be, you know, a red artifact creature, whatever. They have to block with something that's, you know, black or artifact. But when a Taxon isn't blocked, which about probably 40% of the time I would say is true, defending player loses 1 life for each card in their graveyard. They're going to lose some life. They're probably going to lose, it's probably going to attack realistically, it's like a 5/4. Amusingly, this happens before damage is dealt. It's fine. It's better when you get something like Filth out. Because Filth, you know, giving your stuff Swamp Walk, similar to how Anger gives your creatures haste and Wonder gives your guys flying. Filth is the black one from that cycle. Gives Swamp Walk. Play Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth, and if you really want, you know, add Blanket of Night too. And then your creatures are suddenly unblockable. Then Guilt Feeder ends up getting really silly, because then the fear bit doesn't matter. Stitch Together. I always like Stitch Together. In fact, when they were considering the idea of creating Modern, Gavin Verhey, who at that point did not work for Wizards of the Coast, had come up with Overextended, which basically was Modern with a few more sets added on. It added on basically Invasion, I think Invasion, Odyssey, and Onslaught blocks. So Invasion, Odyssey, Torment, sorry, Invasion, Planeshift Apocalypse, Odyssey, Torment, Judgment, Onslaught, Legion, Scourge, and 7th edition. And so you would have had access to Counterspell back then. And Stitch Together. 2 black, sorcery. In fact, I not only do I occasionally recommend this card to people because it's a card people forget about, I do have it in one of my decks. I have it in... is this one? No, not that one. What are you in? What did I put you in? Excuse you. Stop moving. This is empty, right? Yeah, this is empty. Nope. I want to show it off. Pretty sure it's... yeah, it's not you. I didn't think it was. Weird. I don't see you now. I'm seeing every deck that I'm... like, I'm seeing every deck except that... found it. My, Zera Aryan Alphabet Super Reanimator deck. And, because of the way this deck is designed, it's going to end up with a healthy amount of stuff going to the graveyard. And so hitting Threshold, I don't actually expect to be difficult for this deck. So, as a result, I have Stitched Together in this deck is a 2-mana reanimation spell. It's basically, you know, at that point, it's basically, it's an Animate Dead without the penalties that Animate Dead has associated with it. It's Zombify for half the price, basically. Yeah, can you fill your graveyard reasonably? Play Stitch Together. It is Zombify for half the price. Do it. Do it now. Red cards. Swelter. 4 mana, 2 damage to each of 2 creatures. If you're specifically trying to target specific creatures, it's fine. But generally speaking, when you're looking at a card like this, you're looking at Pyroclasm or one of its other variants, in which case, you know, sweeping the board of a bunch of small creatures all at once rather than just hitting a couple is generally the much better option. Spellgorger Barbarian. I don't mind this card. I wasn't fond of it back in the day. However, if you're playing red-blue, as an example, when it leaves the battlefield, draw a card. There are effects that say, basically, if you would draw a card, or if you would draw a card apart from the first one you would draw each turn, draw 2 cards instead. stuff of that nature. Yeah. And even if this gets stacked the other way around, if you're doing that, draw 2 cards and discard a card at random. You're still fine. This is actually one of those few cards I don't mind too much either way how it gets stacked. But if you are playing with this card, play with effects that will see this and get you an extra effect. Ideally, extra card draw. Worst case scenario, you use an effect like Lithoform Engine to copy the trigger to draw extra cards. But yeah, this is actually one, like, it doesn't look like much, but I would say this is more playable than it looks. Here's the funny thing too. Because they don't relate to the same effect, they are actually separate effects compared to, say, blue having, remove a land you control from, so exile land you control, return the removed card. Spellgorger Barbarian doesn't make you return the card that you discarded. Hypothetically speaking, you could do the Splinter Twin thing. Make a bunch of barbarians. Okay, I've discarded my hand. I can't discard any more cards. They all go pop. You draw like 50 cards. My Splinter Twin deck. For that specific slot, for that idea, I have Regal Force. It's gonna make, I'm gonna make a bunch of copies, and then I'm gonna draw a bunch. If I can manage to bypass, even if I can't bypass the fact that he's legendary, I'm going to draw a few cards with Kuriga. I make a bunch of copies, and then I drop Tachana and draw a bunch. I'm going to draw a bunch off of Pygmy Kavu, and because that's not legendary, I get to make more. The Voice of Many, that's going to be everybody. I'm going to draw a bunch of that off of that. Humble Defector is like Splinter Twin. Splinter Twin on the Humble Defector. Tap. Draw 2 cards. Tap. Make a copy of Humble Defector that has haste. And gets blowed up at the end of turn. Tap the token. Draw 2 cards. Give the tapped token to my opponent. What happens at that point, I don't care, because it's going to go poof at the end of turn. But if I wanted another red card for that slot, Spellgorger Barbarian. Sure, I'm going to empty my hand in short order. I'm going to draw a bunch when they all go pop. And if somebody blows them all up with their common ability on the stack, okay, I'll basically take a look at my hand and go, all right, before I do my drawing, I've got 5 cards. I'm going to draw all my cards, shuffle them all up, choose 5 at random. These are the ones I get to keep. Everything else goes to the graveyard. It's still fine. Like Spellgorger Barbarian, I think deserves more attention than it does. Ember Shot. 3 damage to any target, draw a card for 7 mana. If you went based on the assumption back then that Shock was 2 damage, Shock was fair. Volcanic Hammer, 3 damage for 2 mana at sorcery speed was fair. Which means you're probably paying 3 mana at instant speed. To do 3 damage. This is a 7 mana card. That means you're spending 4 mana to draw a card. We had known for quite a while that drawing a card, like even before this cycle for sure, that drawing a card was worth about 2 mana. We had figured that out. So this should have been maybe a 5-drop. This is 7. No, do not play this card. If you don't have a good reason to play this card, do not play this card. Even if you've got stuff to reduce its cost by like 4, now you're paying 3 mana to do 3 damage, which is basically Lightning Bolt, and draw a card. You're making it. You would have to drop its cost by 4. By which point it's like you should be able to do more than that by then. Gortusk Fire Beast. Kinda based on Flame Tongue Kavu. Not as good as Flame Tongue Kavu. 6 mana for 2/2. When it enters, 4 damage to target player Planeswalker. What you could do, if you go back to the Splinter Twin deck, I have a card in there, I think it's like Mog Bombers. Something like coming into play, 3 damage to any target. And 3 to itself, or something like that. It's going to get blowed up by itself, but it's going to come into play and do 3 to something. You could run this in that slot instead, and just Splinter Twin and kill people without having to worry about attacking, sacking creatures, anything like that. It's an option. If you're built, in a Splinter Twin style deck, sure, I can see that. Barbarian Bully, 3 mana for 2/2. Discard a card at random. It gets +2/+2 till end of turn, unless somebody wants to go, you know what? Forget that. It's not getting the boost. I'm going to take 4 damage instead. So, A, discard a card at random. The typical problems with discarding a card at random. B, the fact that somebody can turn around and go, no, I'll take 4 instead. You start off with 40 life. Taking 4 once a turn is not a big deal. Look at how many people, how on Commander Clash they like taking 8 damage from Sylvan Library. You think, if they don't have Sylvan Library, they're going to blink about taking 4 for like 5 turns in a row? Nah, don't care. C, activate only once a turn. No, like the barbarian, like the Spellgorger Barbarian and the Fire Beast, I would play before the Bully in a heartbeat. Lightning Surge. Lightning Surge is actually pretty good compared to other stuff. It's 5 mana, sorcery, 4 damage to any target. Doesn't sound great, let's be honest. It's basically Lightning Blast. Add sorcery speed for an extra mana. But if you've got Threshold, it instead deals 6, and that damage can't be prevented, which means if somebody goes, well, I'll give this protection from red until end of turn. Or sorry, I'll use like Sandmite Healer type effects or whatever. No, that's not happening. If you got something that tries to be like Fog for like damage spells, no. And it's got Flashback. Like, this is actually a card I can see me playing. If this was common, it would go into my mono red commons deck in a heartbeat. Because while I don't like the idea of burninating, like having to blow up creatures by burninating them, the fact that this has got the flexibility to go after creatures, players, planeswalkers, or battles because it deals damage. Okay. And 4 damage the first time. Potentially 12 damage out of this card. Out of spending 1 card. And its floor is 8, which is still not bad. This is a burn spell that if it was common, I could get behind. Swirling Sandstorm. Sees occasional play in Pauper when you need a board wipe. The problem is, this does nothing if you have less than 7 cards in your graveyard. A card goes to the graveyard as the last part of its resolution. Like, we're talking instants and sorceries here. So, if you have 6 cards in your graveyard, when you go to cast this, you're not going to get anything. You have to have 7 cards in your graveyard when you go to cast this. Well, but you have to have 7 cards in your graveyard by the time this goes to resolve. Not counting this. For it to have a chance of doing anything. And that's 5 damage to each creature without flying. Mono red commons, I think I did have it in there. I think I eventually took it out. I do not recall. Let's see if I can find you real quick. I think you're the back one, aren't you? Yeah, you're the back one. I know I had you in here. Because it's hard to find like something along the lines of mass removal in a red, in a mono red deck. Like, first of all, decent playable mass removal to begin with. And then add on the fact that, hey, by the way, I'm restricting myself to just commons, and you're like, that's hard. There's Builder's Bane. Martyr of Ashes. Rolling Thunder. Nope. Had it in there, took it out. Would not deny anyone when they're, if they're doing the same sort of thing that I am, making a bunch of commons only decks. Would not deny anyone for doing it. But again, you need to have 7 cards in your graveyard before it goes to resolve for it to have a chance of doing a thing. And if you've got 7 in there and somebody eats one of the cards, and you don't have like an instant way of throwing another card in your graveyard, somehow cycling, cracking a fetch land, uh, whatever, it, yeah, no. Burning Wish, same problem with the other wishes. This one of the cheapest ones, and it gets sorceries, which, as I mentioned before, are huge when we talked about Envelop. Huge. Shaman's Trance. So for 3 mana, your opponents can't cast spells or play lands from their own graveyards. But you get to play from their graveyards as though they were in your graveyard. Again, one of those cards that I wouldn't deny somebody for having a card like this, because every so often you're going to you're going to come across a deck like that that's got stuff that you're like, I'm going to flash your card back and I'm going to get the benefit from it. It does not give you the ability to produce mana, like it doesn't say you can spend mana as though we're mana of any color. You still have to spend the appropriate amount of mana. If you're playing with a card like Shaman's Trance, make sure you have Gilded Lotus, Chromatic Orrery, you know, Honored Heirloom, something. Make sure you've got, I would say, at least 5 or 6 cards that turn around and say, you know, tap, add some amount of mana of any color to your mana pool. Make sure you've got a few. Make sure you can, by the time you cast Shaman's Trance, you ideally want to be able to produce, I would say, at least 3 mana that's not red. If you're considering playing Shaman's Trance, you might be looking at a card like Lotus Field. If that's a thing, you might need to do something like that. Infectious Rage. You want to be silly and chaotic. So, Infectious Rage. Here's the fun part. So it's 2 mana for 2, enchant creature gets +2, -1. When enchant creature dies, choose a creature at random this or can enchant, return it to the battlefield attached to that creature. Play a card that makes all creatures 1/1s. You could play like Overwhelming Remorse and then like replicate it so everybody gets a copy. You could play Godhead of Awe is the other one I was thinking of. Other creatures that base parent toughness 1/1. You know, and then suddenly everything apart from the Godhead would be a 1/1. And so it would come into play, kill the creature. The rage would bounce to another creature. The rage would bounce to another creature. It would eventually, at some point, end up on the Godhead, which is now going to be a 4/4, so it's now going to be a 6/3. Whoops. It's going to be a 6/3 flyer. Okay. And you play with some kind of effect that turns around and looks at, when creatures die, do a thing. Okay, so you're playing at least Jeskai. But, when creatures die, take a point of damage or whatever. Or whenever a permanent enters the battlefield. Because this will come back, this is going to reanimate itself. Creature dies, this comes back in. Have fun with that. Book burning. Not a great card in general. It tries to be, it's either going to be mill 6 or 6 damage. I played this in a pre-release once. I had 2 copies and Mirari. We'll get to Mirari later. But Mirari, TLDR, it's an artifact that lets you copy a spell. I had 10 mana available. The only way my opponent had a chance. Book burning, Mirari. Book burning, Mirari. So basically getting hit with 4 copies of Book Burning. They had to exactly split up. Milling twice. So each mill being for 6 cards. And taking damage twice. So they had to mill 12 and take 12. They'd be at like 2 damage and a couple of cards left in the library. They were not happy about that. But yeah. I think if I'm playing a mono red burn deck, I'm looking at book burning with the assumption that I'm probably going to make they're probably going to take 6. Early in the game, it's 6 damage for 2 mana. You can actually, here's the thing too though, you can actually pay attention to what kind of, like, where are they in the game by the time you cast it? If their deck, for whatever reason, is low, they're probably going to take the 6 damage. If their health total is low, but their deck is relatively full, they'll mill 6. I would say that if I've got at least a dozen cards left in my deck, I'm okay with milling 6. I might not like what the results are, but I'm okay milling 6. Fledgling Dragon. I like this guy. This is basically, it's a 2/2 flyer for 4, which when you're playing red is not terrible. But as soon as you hit threshold, this becomes Shivan Dragon. 5/5 flying, fire breathing. Yeah, I like this guy. He's cute, he's adorable. If you want a cheap dragon to cast that, that can do a little later in the game, Fledgling Dragon is fine. Yes, you can find 4/4 flyers for 4 mana these days. Some of them have got good come into play abilities. But they're not going to, typically they're going to have an ability that happens once and that's it. This is going to be, if you've got threshold, it's going to be a 5/5 flyer that you can go, I've got a couple extra mana I'm not going to spend for the rest of the turn. Pump this. Yeah. 27. Yeah, okay. Let's go green. Venomous Vines. Hard to find a good slot for this. I had this on my list of cards to consider for mono green control because I wanted a card that had, like, I wanted spot removal that was flexible. Venomous Vines I end up passing on because it required something to be in play with something else attached to it. Destroy target enchanted permanent. I end up passing on it because it didn't do enough. It was going to be a dead card quite often. A lot of enchantments that see play are just that. They're enchantments. They're not enchantment auras. They're enchantments. Or if they are auras, they're auras that attach to players. Which aren't, players. If a player was a permanent, you could go, oh, you've been cursed. Blow you up. Wait, what? Yeah, no. So it was a consideration. If you're going to do something really, the one place I could see people trying this is if they decide to do, because I keep mentioning them, at some point somebody else is going to try the same thing. Make some commons only commander decks, and then go. And again, this is not Pauper Commander. This is just Commander with an additional restriction. Because throwing an additional restriction on your deck building is always interesting. If you end up with a group where, let's say, two of you decide to play with commander decks that are made just from commons, please let me know. I would love to hear about it. Even if one person just does it, I would be happy to hear about it. But if you're playing with decks that are like just commons, you're more likely to end up with cards like, your various pacifism effects, your lost in thoughts, and your, damn it, I can't remember what you're called now. Your planar incisions and what have you. As removal. I try not to take that route, but sometimes you can't get around it. At which point, an effect like Venomous Vines, and keep in mind, it's enchanted permanent. So while you can't play with cards like Lotus Field, you can play, your Ravnica Karus and the original Karus, lands that have the ability to tap for more than one mana. And if you're looking along playing that line anyway, you might be tempted to throw Arbor Ralph and Wild Growth and Nylea's Presence and whatever, and throw some enchantments on to produce additional mana or to do additional mana fixing or, and draw extra cards or what have you. At which point, because you have a land with Wild Growth on it, as an example, it's now a permanent that has an enchantment on it. At which point, Venomous Vines becomes more playable. So, if you find out that at least one person in your group is playing decks that are nothing but commons, Venomous Vines will actually do something. The funny thing is, like, it can also be destroy target creature at that point, because if you know if uh if I've got like this big 7/7 creature with trample and this, that, whatever else going on, and the person to my left goes, I don't like that thing. Planar Incision. Okay, can't attack, can't block, activate abilities can't be activated. Person on my right could go, I still don't want you to have that out in the first place, because it still has ways for you to benefit. Because don't forget, a lot of cards have benefits that are not activated, that are not activated abilities, that are not based on attacking or blocking. Stuff that has, like Enduring Curiosity, for example, or the new one from Edge of Eternity. I forget what it's called, but it's the blue 7 mana 7/7 creature that whenever you deal damage to, like, whenever a creature you control deals damage to combat damage to an opponent, you may draw that many cards. So if if you swing with a creature and you hit them for 5, you get to draw 5 cards. You can choose not to draw, but it's like either 0 or, in this case, 5 per creature. So if this one hits for 7, this one hits for 2, and this one hits for 3, I could draw 2 cards, I could draw 3 cards, I could draw 5 cards, I could draw 7 cards, I could draw 9 cards, I could draw 10 cards, or I could draw 13 cards. Sorry, 12 cards. Or I could draw 0 cards. Any of those numbers are valid. Well, that's a really powerful effect. It doesn't require you to be attacking or blocking with that creature or anything. No, so the person on my right's going to go, you know what, Venomous Vines. Planar Incision's not going to do enough. Kill it. Okay. Actually, it's playable depending on the kind of people that you're playing against. It's harder to find a good home for it, but I think the more budget friendly that your group is trying to play, the more likely Venomous Vines is to be playable. Urnum Jin. So, back in the day, this used to be a big threat. So 4 mana, 4/5, which was really big for back in the day. Because even a 4 mana 4/4 meant something. It was hard to come up with something. It was hard to come up with something that was that good. It wasn't impossible, but it was hard. Usually it would be like a 4 mana 3/3 with abilities, or maybe a 3/4 or a 4/3. A 4 mana 4/5 was huge, but we're talking 20, 25, 30 years ago. Creatures have changed since then. Now a 4 mana 4/4 creature is mundane, and even a 4 mana 4/5 is like, okay, and what else does it do? But for back in the day, 4 mana 4/5 was a good-sized creature. At the beginning of your upkeep, target non-wall creature. And it's specified non-wall because, cards had, wall and legend were both creature types at that point, and both of them had rules text attached to it. A creature that had the wall type, the rules said this inherently has defender. Legend was a creature type, not a it was a super type for other things, but it was also a creature type. It wasn't legendary creature, it was creature dash legend. And then you had the rules for legends kick in the rules, in the rules document. And they were similar for legendary permanents. They eventually changed creatures that were legendary to, instead of being creature dash legend, to be legendary creature, whatever other types. Anyway, Urnham Jin. Beginning of your upkeep, target non-wall creatures. So this is why you see non-wall. Again, the other thing to point out, wall is a creature type. Anything that has all creature types is also a wall. So if somebody's playing with Mask with Nexus or a similar effect that gives other creatures all types, you can't target any of their creatures because other creatures are walls. Target non-wall creature an opponent controls gains Forest Walk until your next upkeep. Forest Walk, anybody that has a forest can't block it. What this realistically meant back in the day was you would target probably their smallest creature. Okay, you target one of their 2/2s. It's got Forest Walk. You're playing green. You probably have a force in play. So you'll be taking 2 every turn, but you'll be smashing it with a 4-power creature. And that was, that was fine. That was fair. And nowadays, a 4 mana, 4/5, you're going, okay, what else does it do? Like now there's 4 mana, 6/6s in green. Like Nullhide Ferox. 4 mana, 6/6, hexproof. You can't cast non-creature spells. If anybody makes you discard it, if an opponent makes you discard it, you gotta drop it into play. Anybody can pay 2 mana to shut off all its abilities, so it loses hexproof, but suddenly you can cast non-creature spells again, so you can cast your counter spells and whatever at that point. And this is a threat. At the very least, it's a 4 mana 6/6 which is relatively balanced in terms of, benefit and drawback. This is a 4 mana 4/5 that you're just going to take damage from every turn. If you're playing Jin Tribal, maybe you have to. Giant Warthog, pass. It's a 6 mana for 5/5 trample. Used to be a big thing back in the day, but then you hit, now you've hit cards with, why can't I remember the name? Delve. And you've got, Hooting Mandrills. 6 mana 4/4 trample with Delve. 6 mana 5/5 trample with. So I lose a point of power and a point of toughness, but I can exile cards from my graveyard when I cast it instead of paying some of that mana. So it's not unreasonable on casting this for, like, it's a 6 mana card. It's not unreasonable on paying 3 for this and exiling 3 cards from my graveyard. It's also not unreasonable that depending on how the game has progressed, I'm exiling 5 random cards from my graveyard. Random as in, I don't need this anymore, I don't need this anymore. And paying 1 to cast this. compare Giant Warthog, where it's like, eh, it it's fine. The funny thing is, it's got an extra point of power over over Urnam Jin. It costs 2 more mana, but has no drawback. So choosing between Urnam Jin and Giant Warthog is kind of a coin toss. Because the Urnam Jin can swing for a couple of turns. You know, before. It could probably swing for like probably about 4 turns or so before the Giant Warthog comes out. So at which point, it's already done 16 damage somehow to creatures, to players, whatever. Battlefield Scrounger. 5 mana for a 3/3. This is the weird thing. It has a threshold ability, which you can only activate if you've got 7 or more cards in your graveyard. But the cost for the ability is taking 3 cards from your graveyard and putting them on the bottom of your deck to give this +3/+3 till end of turn. If you need to recycle cards from your, in your graveyard, again, there are worse options. It's fine. You're only going to be able to do this every once in a while. But ideally, you're probably taking cards that taking creatures that have died to like a Wrath effect or whatever, and throwing them back in your deck. And that's fine. It's a common. I would not behoove anyone for playing that card. I certainly would play this above the Warthog. Maybe probably above the Jin. Yeah, I feel like the Warthog should be down a bit further. But yeah. Sudden Strength. You're paying 3 mana to draw a card over Giant Growth. Compared to the 4 mana, probably more like 4.5 mana, that you had to pay to draw an extra card for, what was it, Ember Shot? Yeah, Ember Shot. It's okay. I think you can do better than that now. Oh, no. Realistically, so Maze Skull Bomb is 4 mana. It's the same 4 mana. You can only do it as a sorcery, but it also gains trample. Maybe they have decided that that's fair now. I don't know. Oh. Eh. Yeah. Don't know. I think they feel like it's fair. Okay. I don't like it, but I mean, it feels like they've decided that is now fair. Anyway, you're spending 4 mana. You should be able to do more than just that. Not only that, but for 5 mana you get Overrun, and at 4 mana you get, oh, what do you call it? Triumph of the Hordes, which gives all your creatures like +1/+1, and in fact, which is going to be worth a lot more than Sudden Strength. I don't mean financially. Although, to be fair, like the cheapest printing is 13 and change. So, but 2 green plus 2. So instead of 1 green plus 3, slightly more difficult to cast. Creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain trample and infect. Only going to do a little more damage, but they have trample and infect. Stuff is going to die, and players are going to die, especially if you've got a bunch of creatures. If you've got like if you've got 5 creatures that are going to be going through unblocked, Triumph of the Hordes is just going to turn around and say, yeah, by the way, you're dead now. Canopy Claws. Canopy Claws is adorable. There are better ways to do this. But if you're looking for a fun and cute card to play, Canopy Claws just going, hey, by the way, you're not flying anymore. Wait, what? You're not flying anymore. Come down to ground level with the rest of us. Well, shit. But realistically, if you want creatures your opponents control to not fly, there's easier ways to do that. I think there's even artifacts that do something along the lines of how Flying Carpet gives one of your creatures flying to land a turn. I think there's artifacts that have an activated ability to say, hey, you're losing flying. Living Wish, again, same problem with the other wishes, except this fetches creatures and lands, which is a lot of options. And between this and Bring Wish, from the set, those are like the 2 cheapest ones, and that's a lot of options. Tunneler Worm. Again, if you want a... This is kind of funny, because if you're looking for a reanimator strategy, depending on the kind of deck that you're... on the kind of deck you're playing. I'm playing Jund Reanimator. This is a thing that not only can I reanimate it to be a decent threat on its own, I can also discard cards to it, so I can be discarding other threats and reanimating those. This... If an Aneroid's lucky, it'll find a warm tunnel for bedtime. If a worm's lucky, it'll find a warm Aneroid for breakfast. But yeah, 8 mana, 6/6. Discard a card, regenerate this creature. Again, the typical clause about how a lot of, pop goes the world stuff these days. Allow regeneration, because regeneration's been basically deprecated. And then discarding a card with all the things that discarding a card lets you do. Madness, Threshold, stuff to reanimate, etc. This is an actually perfectly fine card, and if you're building on a budget, this is an 18-cent card that, that does that slots into 2 separate categories for you. Phantom Centaur. Remember what I was saying before about phantom creatures? This is basically a 4 mana 5/3 with protection from black. It's a 2/0 with 3 +1/+1 counters. But if you can pump its toughness by a point, with Spider Silk Armor or anything of that nature at all, this will be at least a 2/1 with protection from black that, not only the protection from black kicks in, but the damage prevention will kick in, and they just can't get rid of it. I will point out, dealing damage with an infect, it's still damage being dealt. If damage is prevented, it's not getting any minuses. Yeah. Last row. Nantuko Tracer. 2 mana for 2/1. When it enters, you may put target card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. It can be... if you can flash this in, you can make a mess of somebody's day because they'll be like, alright, I reanimate this creature. I'm going to put it on the bottom of your library instead. Wait, what? Yeah. Or, I'm going to cast this, targeting these 3 cards in my graveyard that I want to be able to cast without paying their mana cost. Okay, well that one's going on the bottom of your deck. But that stops my combo. Okay, and... Force Mage Advocate. What I mentioned earlier about white in this set liking to, you know, here's a thing that I want to do, and somebody else gets a benefit from it. Force Mage Advocate kind of fits in that. You return target creature card from an opponent's graveyard to their hand, so they get a raised dead effect, but they're getting that creature back. Put +1 counter on target creature. You can put +1 counter on any creature as long as it's one you can target. Generally going to be yours, could be somebody else's. This ability has 2 targets. As long as one of it is valid when the ability goes to resolve, that's the part you're going to pull off. If you try to reanimate, if you try to send a creature back to an opponent's graveyard, or from graveyard back to their hand, because this is part of the effect and not the cost, you try to send it back and somebody goes, I'm going to exile that. You still get a +1 counter on the creature that you chose. If the creature that you're trying to put a counter on is somehow no longer made a legal target, they're still going to get the creature back to hand. This only completely fails if all instances of target, the targets are no longer valid. Then the entire spell is countered, or the entire ability is countered. Thrist Nantuko Primus. Looked expensive at first, and then I realized what it actually did. 7 mana for 5/5. Pay green, tap. Target creature gets +5/+5 till end of turn. This creature went from an okay creature to a big threat. You know, you do this to like a 2/2 creature, and that 2/2 creature is now a 7/7 till end of turn. Also, if you've got a way to untap creatures, you can pay, again, you can activate it as long as you can pay the activation cost. If you've got additional ways to untap the creature, especially in the same turn, that can start getting silly. Yeah. Let's go through the stuff with multicolor identity. You've got 1 green card with a white flashback and a white card with a green flashback. Folk Medicine. Gain a life for each creature control. Again, back to the thing about life gain. What's more important? Gaining a bunch of life at once, or a bunch of instances of gaining life? If you are to gain 10 life, Which is more important to your deck? Gain 10 life at once or 10 instances of gain 1 life? This is the gain 10 life at once. And not unreasonably, you know, for 3 mana, you're probably going to gain, say, 6 or 7 life. And then the 2 mana flashback is going to be, you're going to save that, especially because it's an instant, you're going to save that for later in the game. So you might gain, like, you know, 14 life by that point. But this is a kind of card where, is life gain important to your deck? Like, do you have actual reasons to gain life? If you do, what's more important? A bunch of instances of gaining life, like for a Johnny's Pridemate, or gaining a bunch of life all at once? If your deck doesn't care and you just want to be able to gain life, Folk Medicine is fine. If you want a bunch of instances of life gain, this will get you at most 2. You'll gain a bunch of life, but you'll only get it to trigger at most twice. A Johnny's Pridemate will get 2+1/+1 counters as a result. Mirror Wall, again. Note that the reminder text here says walls can't attack. This is because the wall creature type had walls with, you know, walls having defender as part of the rules for the game. Having been a thing since, like, alpha. And then you can pay a white to let it attack as though it weren't a wall. So 4 mana, 3/4. You can pay a blue so it can attack that turn. Which kind of is saying that for 5 mana you get a 3/4. Which seems a bit bad. But I will point out that this creature can attack this turn as though it didn't have defender. Sort by color. There's only 12 cards. White, blue, black gets 1. You could get to Bant and do 10 of them. I could build around that. In fact, back in the day, I had built around that. Not for Commander, but I had built a deck with cards like Dark Maze, and Vodalian War Machine that were creatures that I couldn't attack with, but suddenly it's like, hey, by the way, I'm going to attack this turn. Wait, what? Yeah, I'm going to attack this turn. This is way back in the day. This is... This set is, what, 23 years old? Yeah, this says 23 years old. And I had that deck before this came out. So sometime within the game's, like, first 8 years. It was fine. It was fun. If you're building a deck like that, again, these days you want to be looking at cards like Rolling Stones and similar effects. But it's still fine. Ray of Revelation. This is trying to be Ancient Grudge. One red, one other. Destroy target artifact as an instant, flashback a green. Ray of Revelation. It's a white card with a green flashback. Blows up an enchantment. Enchantments are more playable in Commander. than in other formats, realistically. Um, you have, like, there's a suite of game changers like Smothering Tithe, for example, and Rhystic Study that people play. Um, Anything that, like, a lot of cards that constantly get you ahead in cards, a lot of them end up being game changers, for example. But yeah, they're in Commander. I am okay playing Ray of Revelation. In other formats, I wouldn't bother, but in Commander, I think it's a fine card. You can blow up 2 enchantments off of 1 card. You just have to be in white and green at the same time. You can be like white, green, red, or white, green, blue, or white, green, black, or 4 color or 5 color or whatever, and you're good. Um, but otherwise, yeah, it's if you want targeted enchantment removal and you're playing white and green, at least you're playing at least Selesnya, if not more, then Ray of Revelation I would be putting on my list of options. If I'm looking for targeted enchantment removal, I would probably play Disenchant, Naturalize, whatever the Selesnya split card is called. I forget. It's like 2 Selesnya mana. It's, Disenchant / Naturalize, then populate. Sundering Growth. This thing. I would play. I would play this first, I think. Um, like if I'm playing white green X, I would probably play it. If I'm playing just white green, I would play Sundering Growth first. If I'm playing white green X, I might look at Disenchant / Naturalize or some variant thereof. Wilt over Naturalize, but I mean, there's enough options there. Also, any of the cards that are like destroy target artifact, enchantment, or blah, which is more heavily a green thing. But anyway, yeah, still playable. Enter a Brush Hopper. 3 mana for a 3/4. I did not really understand back in the day what this actually was saying. It's a 3 mana 3/4. Discard 2 cards to exile it and then bring it back at the end of turn. So it can flicker itself, but at the cost of 2 cards. 1, because it ends up exiling itself, it's protection from effects like Wrath of God, because it will not be in play when Wrath goes to resolve. 2, discarding 2 cards, while a bit of a cost, not unreasonable for some decks. Especially if you're discarding 2 cards, you're probably looking at discarding something that you want to discard and then something random. For example, I'm discarding Ray Dawnbringer and an extra land. Ray Dawnbringer. Yeah, next turn I cast Resurrection, bring her back in play. And then the following turn, other stuff starts coming back. You're playing white green. If you're playing Anarai Brush Hopper, you're probably playing this in decks that actually care about it flickering away as well. Not necessarily. You could be just using this as a protection, Or you could be using this in combination with effects like Pandemonium or Perforos that are like, or Ancient's Tread and whatever, that are like, hey, creature comes into play, you know, Burninate. Creature comes into play, do this other thing. Creature comes into play, it's a 3/4, draw a card. You have enough of those effects, you can end up feeding, you know, having, you know, drawing more than what you're discarding to flicker it. So, yeah. Phantom Neshoba. Again, Phantom Creature. This is essentially a 7/7 with, it's a 7/7 trample with triggered lifelink. With the typical, you know, phantom abilities. So, it'll, assuming it ends up taking damage from stuff. And here's the thing. It doesn't have to be lethal damage for for the counter to try and come off. It just has to be damage. So one of the concerns about a card like Phantom Neshoba is like, okay, well, I'll ping it with a Prodigal Sorcerer. Okay, I'll remove a counter. Ping it with another Prodigal Sorcerer. Okay, I'll take another counter off. Activate Pestilence. Take another counter off. Now it's already down to a 4/4. Next turn, do it again. You're dealing with like a 1/1 trample with triggered lifelink. That cost you mana, but yeah. So what you again, it's a decent card. It's a decent card, and you know, if you can keep its toughness around, you're in great shape. Oh yeah, Hunting Grounds. Hunting Grounds was funny. Again, just like Swirling Sandstorm, only does a thing if you've got Threshold. However, once you've got Threshold, this is a 2 mana enchantment that basically says, whenever an opponent casts a spell, you may put a creature card from your hand onto the battlefield. Any spell. Spell that says it can't be countered. Spell that wipes the board. Spell that draws some cards. Spell that adds mana. Anything. Cast trigger. Cool. Thunk. It's what's funnier is also this is about the time that Mystic Snake, which I believe was the first creature that had an enter the battlefield ability that said counter target spell. So cast trigger, you put Mystic Snake into play. Mystic Snake's ability triggers says counter target spell. Eats the spells that your opponent casts. So not only did you get a 2, so they cast a spell, you got a 2/2, and their spell fizzled. Seems fine. Yeah, Hunting Grounds. It's the reason this sees a lot of play. Murray's Wake. 5 mana. All your creatures get +1/+1. Whenever you tap a land for mana, add 1 mana of any type that land produces. So if you tap a land for red mana, you got another red. Here's the fun one. Crystal Quarry. 5 tap. Add 1 mana of every color. Because you tapped a land for mana, yes, you had to put additional mana in, but you tapped a land and got mana from it. Add 1 mana of any type that land produced. So you can go Crystal Quarry 5 tap, get 1 mana of any color, plus 1 more mana of any of the 5 colors. Okay. Same is true if you're looking at Command Tower. Taps for 1 mana of any color, you would get 2. Actually, no. Passive Ancestry. Nope, not Passive Ancestry. Opal Palace? Is that the one I'm thinking of? There we go. Opal Palace. 1. Tap. Add 1 mana of any color in your commander's color identity. ... Whatever color you generated from this, you're getting an extra mana of that color. So, yeah, Mirari's Wake. No wonder it's the most commonly played multicolored card from the set. And then all that's left are the lands. There's no artifacts in this set. Actually, let me just make sure I'm correct there. I think that's right. Yeah, there's no artifacts in that set. So just lands. Nantuko Monastery. Land that taps for colorless. If you've got Threshold, you can pay a green and a white and make it a 4/4 first striking insect monk until end of turn. Like, that sounds like a bit of, because at the Edge of Eternity's pre-release, I got a... I should just do it that way. What do you mean, no? Shambling. Vent. Fine. I got one of these guys. Shambling Vent. Comes into play, tap. Tap for white or black. Pay black plus white plus 1. Make it a 2/3 lifelink creature till end of turn. This enters untapped, but only taps for colorless. So that kind of balances out with Shambling Vent entering tap, but tapping for either color. The activation cost is about what you expect for a creature of that size with those abilities. So 1 black plus 1 white plus 1 for a 2/3 with lifelink. Okay. This is not always true, but this is close enough. Creeping Tar Pit. 1 black, 1 blue, plus 1. Get a 3/2 unblockable. Treetop Village. 1 green plus 1 for a 3/3 trample. You are playing green, so that kind of makes a bit more sense. Keep in mind, this also probably means you're attacking or blocking with your land. How about Jeff? 1 black, 1 blue, 2 other. A 4/4 a 4/4 Death Shark. And what it attacks target player mills for. But you might be like a mana less. But commonly that's about, you're looking around what it costs for a creature of that size. Nantuko Monastery. Green plus white. You get a 4/4 first striking creature. Based on the logic from back then, that would be at least 4, probably 5 mana to activate. I would assume 5 mana as an activation cost. So all you have to do to save 3 mana is have at least 7 cards in your graveyard. That's kind of good. And there's a Dominaria Remastered printing that's like 5 cents. Getting cards in a graveyard is not going to be hard. Restone Portal. This is a card you want in your graveyard. Taps for colorless. Try and find a way to get this from somewhere from, into your graveyard. Because once it's in your graveyard, which will count towards threshold, your lands will, regardless of what they are, now also tap for white and green mana. I'm going to want a couple of these for various stacks. I'm probably going to want it for, at least for non-blue control, which is like 4 colors. So basically white, blue, black, white, black, red, green. Every color but blue. I'm going to want this in there to help fix my mana, because this way even my swamps and my mountains tap for white and green. Crescent Verge. Enters tapped, taps for colorless. Pay 2 and tap and sack it. Search for a forest and a plains. Put in play, tapped, and shuffle. So you sack a land, but you get 2 lands out of your deck, neither of which have to be basic. This is the kind of card that, am I playing, like, this is okay if you're running green or white. This is better if you're running both. This is best if you're running green plus white plus at least one other color. You realize you can crack this and get 2 triomes. Like, you get like the green, white, black one, and I don't know, the red, blue, white one. Cool. I've got my mana fixed. Or you fetch 2 of the Surveil lands. You fetch like, a green, red one and a white, black, a white, blue one. Okay. Yeah. And that is it for tonight. Wow. Not even 11 o'clock. And with some distraction eating at the beginning. Let's just take a quick look at Judgment. Onslaught, of course, is going to start off with the fetch lands, but the next card after that is one of the cycling lands. Okay. Go away. Oh, yes. Tribal Golem. You give this thing all creature types somehow, and this was a... So you have to play black because of the rules text on it. But you get a 4/4 trample, haste, first strike, flying, regenerating creature for 6 mana. Seems good. Stuff with these kind of abilities that are like search your library for a card named whatever are pretty much going to be largely useless in Commander. Looking at a creature that's a face down creature, I would not behoove anyone for playing a card like that. But yeah, and 320, so 330, no, 300, so 350, something like that. Huge number of cards in this set that's to go through. So, we will see you guys next week. Pasta la pizza, everyone. Adios. Aloha, and all that fun jazz.